Good evening. I'm Armando Cuellar Jr., President of the Weslaco ISD Board of Trustees. This board workshop is being conducted pursuant to Governor Greg Abbott's suspension of certain open meeting law requirements to the extent necessary to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meets and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 5:35, and I call this meeting to order. I'll now begin the roll call to acknowledge those trustees who are present. Mrs. Jackie Susaita?
Present.
Dr. Jaime Rodriguez?
Present.
Mr. Isidoro Nieto? Jose Treviño?
Present.
Mr. Mark de los Santos?
Present.
Mr. Andrew Gonzalez? And myself, Armando Cuellar. Item 2, public comments.
There are none.
Okay. I'm going to ask that we change the order of the agenda and move to item 8, the presentation by independent auditing firms, and ask that the auditors present here be given the opportunity to make their presentations, and then we'll address those that are not by virtual communication. Do we need to vote on this, or what's the protocol?
Legal counsel said no, no vote was needed.
We do not? Okay. Do I have any board members that have any objection?
I had legal counsel, he said there was no vote needed.
Okay, so we're good to make that move?
Yes,
Is everybody comfortable with that? Okay, thank you. Well, let's do so then. Will Dr. Canales, you'll lead the charge here?
Yes, good evening, Board of Trustees. We do have 3 firms with us physically today. The first one is Burton, McCumber, and Longoria, LLP. Will you share the logistics for the presentations, the parameters?
How are you?
Ready whenever you are, Mr. Chairman.
Andres?
yes, for the presentation, we instructed or informed the auditors, they will be presented for 5 minutes and leave 5 minutes for the board to ask questions to them,
Okay,
and a total of 10 minutes for each firm.
thank you. You have the floor.
Okay, very good. Thank you very much. Good afternoon, everybody. My name is Ricky Longoria. I'm the audit partner, managing partner of the firm of Burton, McCumber, Longoria. Today with me, I have Mr. Luis Lopez. He's an audit manager within the firm. Certainly, we're somewhat familiar with each other. We were here just a few months ago, and so certainly appreciate the opportunity to come by and reintroduce ourselves to each and every one of y'all. And certainly before I go, and happy belated Father's Day to all of y'all that apply. I hope you had a good one. Given that we have 5 minutes, I certainly want to talk briefly about the firm, and then I want to talk about a part that I consider promises made and promises kept. And so briefly about the firm, and certainly a lot of it's in our proposal. Our firm's been in the Rio Grande Valley going on 42 years now. We have grown more so in the past 5 to 10 years, a lot more than we had in the years prior. Right now, in fact, since we started this particular audit, with this past year being our second year, we've grown the firm to have over 65 employees, which is significant for us. And now we are the largest locally owned regional firm within South Texas. Certainly, we provide audit services to a broad range of industries, not just governments, if you will, financial institutions. So, for example, Texas National Bank, who is your depository, is a client of ours, and they entrust us to doing their audit as well. We also work in a lot of different industries, such as manufacturing, distributions, and things of that nature. But certainly the topic here today is governments and school districts. And certainly we probably most recently started working with school districts in the past 4 or 5 years. Prior to that, we were really into more cities and counties. Right now, as we sit here today, we audit 3 of the 4 counties in the Rio Grande Valley. And we do so, I think, because people come to us with a sense of trust, knowing that our firm does certainly what I believe to be excellent work, and certainly we're a firm of integrity. And so just recently, for example, in terms of new clients, and I would certainly ask that you all call them as a reference, McAllen ISD recently became a client of ours, certainly our largeable school district within the Rio Grande Valley, and certainly, again, would encourage you all to call them with respect to a reference. That's just a little bit about our firm. The rest is really outlined in detail within our proposal. What I want to talk about more so, just given the time, it's just what I call promises made and promises kept. Now, 2 years ago, I came before the board and made certain promises to you in hopes that we could develop a relationship with each other as you all's independent auditor. And so I want to reflect on some of those promises, because I also believe that those promises should form the promises if we were to move forward together. And so for example, one of the promises that I made standing in the same spot a couple of years ago was that we would assign quality professionals to the engagement itself. And if you look at the outline today, very similar to the one that we provided a couple of years ago, we indicated a team of 6 individuals, 6 qualified individuals. If you look at the team, 5 of the 6 individuals are certified public accountants. 5 of the 6 individuals are certified fraud examiners. And with that comes all the related training, especially in the realm of certified fraud examiners. So by example, for today, Luis and I just came from being present at the annual Association of Certified Fraud Examiners conference and its related training, because we believe that particular designation sets us apart from everybody else. Also part of the team then and now will be a gentleman by the name of Ben Peña. And I bring up his name because he would not be happy if I didn't bring up his name. Not only is he an audit partner, not only is he a CPA and a certified fraud examiner, but he also sat on the Texas State Board of Public Accountancy that oversees the entire profession. And although you don't see him, he does review the work as part of our team. And the part that you really wanted me to mention was that he is a Weslaco ISD graduate. And so you all should be proud of the students that you all put forward. I mentioned the certified fraud examiners designation. Certainly the biggest financial issues that I see with respect to school district is the spending of ESSERs. I know you all have met with regard to how you are going to spend ESSER and ESSER 2 and 3, but from an audit perspective, that's a huge topic. And so just a couple of weeks ago, for example, Luis and I attended the Texas State Board conference on auditing school districts. And as you can imagine, it was 2 days full of ESSER training. Again, promises made, promises kept. We promised to bring you a great team. We put together a great team, and we put a team going forward. We also promised to assist the district in working towards getting the GFOA certificate as it relates to its comprehensive annual financial report. And you may remember that when I presented the audit report itself, I noted, and hopefully you all celebrated, the fact that you all were able to get that award the very first time. And certainly kudos to the team, but I like to think that we were part of that process. Promises made, promises kept. We also promised to bring an audit and put an audit together, an approach that was full of integrity. And to us, integrity means not just coming and doing the minimum required audit procedures and things of that nature, for which all the auditors that you'll be talking about today are required to do, but also doing more than what is required. So, for example, I get back to our certified fraud examiners designation. We also did a Bensford analysis, which is a generally accepted audit or forensic tool during the audit process to help us along in understanding, just to make sure that even though fraud is not necessarily the objective of the financial statement audit, but certainly something that's always foremost and in the back of our mind. Also, in that process, we've been known to be tough auditors. I think we have good and sometimes some people may say difficult discussions with certain individuals during the audit process, but it's just us trying to do our job. And that's what I would expect as a board member, that you would want us to do our job. One of the biggest compliments that all of our new clients have is this. they say, you know, it wasn't until we hired Burton McCumber Longoria did we feel that we were actually audited. You guys are good and you guys are tough. As an auditor, that is a high compliment. And again, I ask you to reach out to our references and ask about our audit approach and the way we go about doing our work. Finally, I presented 2 years ago and said sometimes when selecting an auditor, it is about fit. Trying to find an auditor that fits with your objective and also the size and scope of y'all's district. Our firm is large enough to have all the resources of a larger firm. We're part of international groups. We have great training. We bring great individuals to the process, and we also have the tools necessary to complete the audit. So if you can envision, when the pandemic hit, nobody was prepared, but we were prepared in this regard, and that we already had all the systems, computer and otherwise, in order to do a virtual audit. And you may not recall, but during the audit process, we were asked not to be here. And so we were able to do the audit. We weren't asked to be here because you didn't like us. We were asked not to be here because of the safety protocols. And so we were able to execute that audit in a fair and reasonable manner because we already had all that in place. So we're large enough to bring all the things to the table that you would maybe want from a larger firm. But at the same time, we're also local, and we never lose sight of that. And so by local, I mean we live and breathe and thrive in the same community that you all do. And we have an understanding of what schools are trying to achieve, either because board participation as a board member, through experience in our profession, experience through our designations. So promises made and promises kept. That's who we are as a firm. And like the district's motto, the right choice, believe it or not, our motto has been the right choice. In fact, I think we had it first. But nonetheless, it's about fit. And what better fit than two organizations that say that they're the right choice. And I could sit here and I could bore you about accounting standards and accounting rules and how big we were and how small we are and how big our offices are and the fact that we have 3 offices and et cetera, et cetera. But to me, the core essence of hiring an auditor is one's ability to have trust in the individual that's going to be doing the work or the firm that's going to be doing the work and the ability that they're going to execute that audit, not just what the minimum standards require, but by a firm that's willing to do more. So those are 5 minutes. Thank you. Oh, I thought it was 5 and 5.
5 and 5. So you said 5 minutes to present and 5 minutes to ask questions.
Oh, I'm already at 10 minutes. Wow, that's quick. Well, I apologize for that.
Are we on schedule, Andres? Okay. Now, I'm going to ask Mrs. Taita, I'll start with you. Do you have any questions?
Sure, I was right. I wrote something down.
Sure.
Thank you very much. It was very informative. I did notice you said that you went to a conference to stay abreast of information. That was one of my questions actually is, how do you stay informed about the ever-changing, the federal and state laws that govern the way districts are allowed to spend those local, state, and federal funds? Because as a taxpayer, we want to know their money's being spent the correct way.
Yeah, so we do it one of 2 ways,
Mhm.
okay? And more really applies to me than the entire staff because I'm a little unique in this regard and maybe consider this our little secret sauce. So in our case, there's a lot of information out there that TA is putting out, that Connie Lopez and Region 1 is putting out. In fact, they had somebody from TA here last Friday, I believe, that was here also talking about ESSER, because that is a hot topic, right? I mean, there's millions of dollars being floated around for school districts. So there's a lot of resources that are out there that are just happening, just on organically, right? And of course there is training, like I mentioned, all of us, in fact, our team participated in the state, school audits of school district conference here. I think it was a couple of weeks ago. I think it was a 2-day conference. But the secret sauce for us is, I think you all know, I also sit on a board. So I get the trainings that you all get. And if you can imagine, the trainings that I go to are predominantly financial related. Why? Because not only does it bring value to the district that I serve, but I know it will be value to you as we conduct our audit as well. And so that's the extra that I know nobody else is getting.
Thank you so much.
Sure thing.
Dr. Rodriguez?
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
Sure, thank you.
Trevino?
No questions.
Mr. Los Santos?
Yes, sir. I just had one question.
Sure.
What type of methods or practices do you use to say identify whether a district is like kind of almost piggybacking up what Ms. Usaita said, that they're not misappropriating funds or using federal funds according to policy and guidelines and state funds and whatnot? Like how in depth do you go?
Yeah. So remember the scope of what you're asking us to do. You all, the board is asking us or looking for an auditor to opine on the financial statements of the district, right? And so there is actually a set of required rules. Okay. And when I say rules, they're procedures, they're guidelines that tells us what exactly they want us to focus on with respect to federal funds, which is the crux, I think, of your question in terms of state and federal funds. And so those rules are the rules that we follow. Now, one can say, yeah, but okay, well, if that's a rule, then everybody has to follow it. Yes, but who executes that program better than anybody else? And I'll submit to you that I think that we execute that program better than anybody else. Does that make sense?
Yes.
Okay,
Thank you.
sure.
Mr. Sanchez, is it safe to ask how the audit will address how the extra funds are going to be used this school year?
Yes.
Dr. Fernandez?
Yeah, I can answer that question.
'Cause
Yeah, no,
being on the board, you know how
No.
how these things are being granted. So, what are you going to look at?
yeah.
when you evaluate that?
So our expectation is that as the federal government has come out with guidelines on the utilization of those monies, right? Yeah, for example, you can only spend X months on just salaries and wages. Now, a lot of us right now are going about giving retention bonuses and things of that nature, and even creating positions to provide emotional support. All those type things. And I know, for example, that the construction side, you have to get approval. And I tell you what, I've seen a range of approaches on that I can speak to you all about all day long. But they will come down with what's called compliance guidelines. And I can tell you right now, in terms of, well, will you be auditing the use of ESSER funds or not? I can tell you definitively that answer is going to be yes. If for no other reason, it is a significant amount of money to every school district. So it's going to fall within that large basket of things that they're going to want us to look at. And when we look at it, again, they will provide the guidelines. They will provide the procedures. Again, it's how we're going to execute those procedures, I think, is which we think is our extra, if you will, that maybe other firms may or may not be able to do.
Thank you.
Okay, well, very good. Well, thank you all for your time.
Appreciate
Okay,
y'all being here.
Sure thing. You have got.
Do we need to make any adjustments? I know they went probably like 14 minutes, compared to 10 minutes to make it fair for everybody else.
Yeah, we'll let them speak, and I kept looking over there to see, Pero Jose has a very.
You say 1 minute left.
To be fair with everybody. Well, our questions are gonna be, ¿verdad? Jackie? Our questions will be consistent pretty much.
Yes.
So they're not gonna take a lot of time. So in fairness to them, let them give a presentation. Yeah. Good call, Jess.
I'll give a minute warning at 9 minutes.
At 9 minutes. Good. That's fair. Yes, sir. Welcome. Before we start, let the record reflect that Mr. Nieto has arrived at 5:54. We had a time limit for the presentations, but we did go a little over last time. So in fairness to your presentation, you'll be given 10 minutes. And at the 9-minute mark, Coach Trevino will let you know that we have a minute left, and then we'll ask the questions that are pertinent to your presentation. So you have the floor.
First of all, thank you. We are honored to be here, and I'm a little nervous, but anyway, my name is Dr. Antonio Juarez. I earned my doctoral degree from the University of Texas at Austin in education administration. I'm also a certified public accountant and certified internal auditor, and I am the principal of the firm. With me is Ms. Denise Salinas. She's a certified public accountant, and she is a former senior auditor with the international firm of PricewaterhouseCoopers. Her experience includes international auditing of public and private entities and nonprofit and cities and counties. The firm brings firsthand school finance and audit experience. I'm a former Texas public school finance administrator, and I understand and know the day-to-day requirements of the finance office, the importance of working with the board, school superintendent, and the community. I also bring experience working with professionals like Lynn Moak and Associates, Noe Hinojosa from Estrada Hinojosa, Omar Garcia, a school finance expert, Tom Cavusi, who at the time used to do school property and property tax, and various bond counsels. The firm is also represented in various organizations that serve school districts. For example, I'm in the committee for the Texas School District Annual Conference Planning. It's a committee that plans the annual conference that school districts have in accounting and auditing in the month of June. I'm also in the Government Finance Officers Association Review Committee. I review CAFRs, school districts, cities, counties. So I do have that experience. And also we belong to the AICPA's Government Audit Quality Center. Prior audit experience, I served as the audit manager for 2 firms, Patello Brown and Hill and Coscos and Associates. During my tenure there, we audited school districts, and I was the audit manager. And during that tenure, I was able to submit, or we were able to submit the financial audit reports within the requirement dates. And I also served as an auditor for the Texas Education Agency. I did audit the school districts across the state. And I also was a administrator, school finance administrator for large school districts, Region 4 Service Center and Region 19 Service Center in El Paso. So we do bring firsthand experience to the district in financial accounting and auditing. And that's the presentation.
Thank you. Mrs. Taita, question?
Yes. What firm are you representing? Dr. Juarez?
Yes, the firm is Juarez CPA.
Okay, I was not sure if it was Juarez CPA or Cascos. Okay,
No,
Dr.
my firm,
Juarez.
yes.
Dr. Juarez. I'll ask you the same question that I asked the previous CPAs, which were, I wrote it down just to make sure I say it the same. How do you stay informed about the ever-changing federal or state laws that govern the way districts are allowed to spend the local and state and federal funds? I know you said you went to conferences, but are there any other ways you stay informed of the way laws are changing for schools to use their funds?
Well, I believe a school district should have flexibility on using federal funds based on the needs of the community. One of the things that we did at San Antonio ISD when I was there, we used coordinated funding. So we were able to coordinate federal funding with general fund funding so we could maximize the services that we provided to students. So, I believe in the flexibility.
Thank you.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Yes, sir. On this sheet that we're given here, it says, for the number of school districts where you've done audits, it's 0. But is it just for this firm law or firm that you have right now, but you've done audits with other firms?
Yes, sir, that's correct. With Patello Brown and Hill and Cascos and Associates, which, I want to make clear, it's Juarez CPA that submitted the proposal. Yes, South Texas ISD,
Okay.
Los Fresnos ISD, Raymond Mill ISD, and various other school districts.
Thank you.
The only question I have is, you didn't list your references, I'm assuming, on the forms that we have. Did you list the references?
I believe that we did have the list of references listed.
Because you're Juarez, right?
Yes, sir, Antonio Juarez.
From Brownsville?
Yes.
Okay. And yeah, the CPA firm include references and it says no. I'm just, maybe that was a typo or
It-
you
it-
did
It's
include.
possibly a typo because we did submit, I can name you the districts that we listed on the
Yeah, you
proposal.
just named it right now.
Okay, we have Port Isabel is one district that I named, South Texas ISD, Jaime Paz. My
That's
mind
okay,
went blank, but yeah, but I did name, there was 5 districts that I listed.
Thank you.
How many years did you spend with Costco's? I know they got a lot of experience here. How many years were you with that firm?
I was the audit manager from 2017 to 2019.
Because you're,
I'm gonna ask the same question I asked the other firm. And it's almost similar to Ms. Ustaita. I know she was asking as far as how do you stay on top of, new guidelines and whatnot. My question actually leans a little bit more to the process without kind of giving up too much of what your firm does is, what do you do? I guess my question, what I was trying to ask the other firm was, what steps do you take when you come into a school district and you do an audit to make sure or review that local, state, federal funds were being spent properly? Like, is it a small sample? Do you ask for sampling? Do you, what steps, or if you can share? I don't know if you can.
Okay, one of the first things that I'll do is look at the organizational chart and then identify the individuals that are responsible for the federal programs and state programs. And then set up a meeting where we can, talk over the processes and the procedures. There's a lot of information available at the TEA that I can also retrieve and gather. And we'll look at the maintenance of effort, and, et cetera. So there's some tests that we would do, preliminary tests that we would do before we pull the audit sample. And then once we have a good understanding of federal programs, state programs, the expenditures, we'll draw an audit sample. And that's will be our starting point.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
And my question is, with the recent grants, the ESSA funds, how well versed are you on how that's supposed to work for school districts?
I don't have any firsthand experience on, actually doing the recording and the transactions, but I have been reading as far as the requirements, and, we'll basically develop an audit program based on the requirements and whatever interviews, and look at your grant guidelines that are provided, because that's one of the things that TEA is really good about, or any of the federal agencies. They provide really good guidelines on how to use the funding. So those are the things that we will look at and make sure that we have a good understanding, and then do some interviews, and then do some walkthroughs to make sure that things are in compliance.
Very well. Well, thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Each school district. volunteer material. Which one? This. Oh. Yeah. Right. Yeah, but sometimes, like, some people have their email on the phone. They might be able to see. Sometimes. Okay. Yeah. Right. Oh, yeah. Right, that's good. See what she decides.
Ready to go? Good evening, members of the board. My name is Luis Orozco. I'm a CPA. I'm in the city of FAR. And with me is Mr. Casas. He is one of my auditor's assistants. The other gentleman, Mr. Moncayo, who normally assists me on the audits, he wasn't able to come in. He's on vacations. So I'm going to do the presentation, obviously, along with Mr. Casas.
Okay,
Um,
Mr.
I'm sorry.
Orozco. In fairness to your presentation, we're going to give you 10 minutes
Okay.
because we kind of went that route with the first one. And at the 9-minute mark, Mr. Trevino will let you know that you have a minute left for your presentation. And then after that, then we'll have board members ask questions of your,
Okay, definitely. Okay.
okay, you have the floor.
Okay. As I indicated before, my name is Luis Orozco. I'm in the city of FAR. I'm a sole proprietor CPA. I have been started doing school districts audits since 1991. I used to work for another CPA for almost 7 years, and that was basically all related into the area of auditing, mostly school districts. Back in 1998, and then I went on my own, and since then I have been doing audits of school districts, nonprofits, cities, housing authorities, or most of the governmental units that receive funds from the federal government. As I also indicated to you, I do have the gentleman here with me, Mr. Casas, is one of my team. We do have an audit team composed of 4 people. 3 people mostly do the audit work, and one of them stays behind in the office doing all the organization of the documents. There's also 2 other people at the office doing administrative work. So we have a total of 7 people, 2 part-timers. That's the composition of my firm. As far as the audits of the school districts, right now we're in the process of on the contracts, on the renewal of the contract. We do have 2 school districts coming in, and we're still pending on one more. And we feel that actually, if for any reason we get awarded Weslaco ISD, that will complete obviously our selection on the process of school district as far as for the current year. So we do have the personnel and the equipment and the resources and the knowledge sufficient enough to cover this particular audit. Our department, basically, my composition of the firm is mostly auditing, but 60% of my work is all related to audits. I do have a little bit of individuals, they do financial statements, but maybe 10% of those is basically all of that. The other composition is management, consultation, and a little bit of tax work. But the majority of my work is all related to the area of auditing. And as I indicated to you before, of school districts, so most of the governmental units I have experience in doing audits. As far as I was looking at the proposal, we do normally indicate to at the beginning, we have special meetings, obviously, to indicate what kind of deadlines we're going to have. Before we came over here, we had a meeting within our team and indicated if it was possible actually to conduct the audit and complete it within a time that required deadlines. And we all came into an agreement that yes, that is possible. I did a narrative considering actually on the time. Local CPA firm, audit team, I have experience doing school district audits. I'm the only one licensed. The gentleman here, Mr. Casas, is studying for his CPA exam. The other gentleman also, his last name is Mr. Moncayo, is also studying for his CPA exam. They both have, well, actually, Mr. Moncayo, I know that he's got the master's. I believe you also have the master's, right?
Master's and pursuing the MBA.
Okay. And the other gentleman, the other person that is there is got the BBA in accounting. And then the other people that are there, basically, they have an education, but they're mostly on their, like I said, administrative side of it. A little narrative of my firm, and I don't think that again, considering the time, I just wanted to narrow it down and do a summary.
We'll entertain some questions from our trustees, starting with Ms. Sutaita.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
I'm going to ask you the same question that I asked the other CPAs, which
Definitely.
was, as a taxpayer, we want to know that our money is being spent well. How do you stay informed about the ever-changing federal and state laws that govern the way districts are allowed to spend those local and state and federal funds?
I normally look at it always from the same perspective, and I'm going to tell you from the perspective of an auditor. Every year, obviously, there's more and more compliance requirements associated with those funds. It is difficult, if I understand that, because they keep on adding more requirements and more requirements. In our part, they keep us asking for more documentation. On my stand, basically, we do look at what's considered the major components of all those aspects of the funds, like such as if the school district is given a particular different grants, there are some what they call major aspects of it, and there's some other ones that are considered we consider not major. We try to focus on those major funds, on those major aspects of the funds. And obviously the main thing is for us to make sure obviously that you as a school district comply with those requirements. So the funds are needed, the education is needed. Along with that, obviously it comes with all those compliance requirements, and basically just keep on increasing every year. So being educated, being knowledgeable on those grants is extremely important. That's where it stands.
Thank you.
I'm sorry, I'm turning this way.
That's really good.
I have no questions. Thank you, sir.
The only question I have, you mentioned that the number of professional staff in your firm was 4, but listed here was 3. Did you add another?
Yes, definitely. The audit team is mostly composed of 4 people.
Okay.
3 people that we go into the field work. The gentleman here, there's another gentleman, Mr. Moncayo. They all have experience in school district. There's one more person that stays behind, doing all the organization of the documents. And I do have 2 other individuals that basically they just do administrative work, an office manager, and then another person that does basically just filing of documents. If you want to consider that maybe how many professionals work on this, it's going to be 4.
4. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Sylvia?
No questions. Thank you.
Yes, sir. I'm going to ask you the same question I asked the other firms. And it involved the appropriation and expenditure of local, state, and federal funds. And kind of what Ms. Ustaita was saying as far as how do you keep up with the guidelines. But my question more is, what does it look like? What does your process look like when if you're to come in? What kind of steps do you take for what you can share? What kind of steps would you take, as far as looking at those funds, how they're appropriated and how they're being spent? What does that look like?
Before, obviously, we used to have an approach that we would look at what we call some other major programs. Unfortunately, now we have to follow certain standards, and it's going to be applicable to mostly all the government units, all the units that receive federal funds. There is a risk approach associated with them. There's some data that is being considered, data coming from the past and from the present, the amount of funds that is being provided, and also along with that, exactly how risk is that particular program with the school district. Our approach is we have to follow certain guidelines. So it's no longer anymore the idea that we, as an auditor, we get to pick.
Right.
We have to go through a process of what we call the risk approach process, and then we select the major programs. The whole idea behind it is that if we get to know before the particular calculation or analysis is done before, we can definitely let the school district know, here's what we intend to do, here's our plan, and here are the areas that we're going to be looking at. We can look at based on the standards and even an audit guidance that we use. We do get educated every year. We take some courses related to school districts, and that's where we normally get to know what are the programs, what are the requirements, and then what are the possible new items that are coming in for the following year. So that's our approach.
All right.
And finally, are y'all well-versed on how schools are supposed to use the ESSER funds that are being provided by the state?
The last update that we had, and that was last week, I believe, and my associate and I, we went through a whole week of that. They all focused mostly on ESSER funds. And obviously, there's a lot of things to consider. I know that the school districts are going to be one of the items, or one of the main focus will be those funds. We're more than glad to share what we have learned, I guess, in those subjects in our education at the entrance meeting, and basically answer any questions that they may have in order for you to be in compliance. Okay.
Okay. Anything else? Well, thank you so much.
Well, thank you for the opportunity to do the presentation.
Yes, sir.
Okay.
Carlos, are we prepared to visit with the virtual? Good to go?
So the first one on virtual will be Beasley, Mitchell and Company.
Good morning, or good afternoon, I should say. I am JJ Grego. I am here with Juan Garcia. We are the audit managers for Beasley Mitchell and Company. We have a firm that is located in Las Cruces, New Mexico. We have offices in El Paso, Texas, as well as Tucson, Arizona. We are approximately 65 to 70 employees. We have approximately 20 CPAs, and we are well versed in school districts. As a matter of fact, currently we audit 10 school districts, and we provide audit, tax, consulting, and certified fraud examination services to those school districts as well. And when we talk about tax and consulting, there's many times that we are asked to assist with the questions that you're asking with regards to compliance with federal programs, state programs. We regularly get not only our current clients, but also our former clients calling us to visit with us with regards to the program parameters in which programs can be expended. Our audit experience is vast. We have, as I indicated, we have 10 school districts currently. We also audit many counties and cities. The experience that I bring to the firm, I've been with the firm a year and a half now. I have audited large and small districts, including Albuquerque Public Schools, Gadsden Schools, Santa Fe Public Schools. As a partner and an owner of a firm that I owned before this, and now as Beasley Mitchell and Company's manager. We are very, very involved in the ASBO function, not necessarily with the Texas one, but the New Mexico ASBO, which is an Association for School Business Officers. We have not only performed numerous trainings at these functions and these conferences, but we also have sponsored them intensely. All of our firm professionals meet all the standard requirements. We all, as all the other firms have indicated, we attended the Texas conference for schools recently, and the 2-day conference. I believe we had five members of our team join that, and then we turn around and we teach that to our team coming up in July to the rest of us. We are part of CPA America, so we are a much larger firm than what is indicated by our 65 to 70 folks. What CPA America is it's a CPA conglomerate that we team with other firms, and we utilize each other's experience and assist each other in performing audits, performing consulting engagements, or whatever have you. If there's something that we stumble upon that we need assistance with, we have someone a phone call away. And that it is because of this team approach that we're able to do this. You were asking about federal programs and the ESSA requirements. We have individuals that are certified in single audits. I'm going to let Juan touch base on that a little bit. And the key is that we are also a firm that is very advanced in our thinking. We have an IT department. We have our own studio within our CPA firm in which we perform classes, trainings, or we've even performed commercials in there. We perform interviews with our local university. They're up to their administrators and their athletics department. And in reality, there's no comparison with regards to school district experience that you can find in a firm. Again, we have in excess of 30 or 40 years of school experience working on school districts. Juan, is there anything you'd like to add?
Yes, JJ, thank you. I just wanted to touch base a little bit on our single audit certification. Two of the members that would be assigned to the school district, we went through this excessive training on single audit. The single audit is the audit that is based on your federal funding. And as you all well know, most of the funding for your large school districts does come from federal funding in Title I. We did pass a certification exam. It wasn't just a CPE that we went to. We had to go through excessive training and an extensive test. So we do have a lot of experience dealing with these federal funds on how to spend, what's allowed to be spent, and ways to use your money as well. We can offer a limited amount of consulting on it as well, just like JJ touched base on earlier.
Thank you, Juan. You know, we get very involved with our communities. We have 5 to 10 interns that we have working with us at any time of the year. So, you know, we do look at a team approach. We are your auditors, and let me stress, we work for the board. Our job is to come into the board. We work mainly with the administrative officials, but our job is to work for the board and for us to report to you on whether the financial operations are accurate or in compliance. And that's our main job, and that's what you're hiring us to do. We take very much a lot of pride in that, and we make sure that the board is up to date at all times. Other than that, I open it up for questions. The one last thing I would like to note is that we perform school business manager services as well. We talked about the ASBO training. We actually have in the past, our individuals have in the past performed the actual school functions of the school CFO, if you will, for numerous schools within the state of New Mexico. And therefore, we are very well versed in your operationals and your day-to-day activities and needs, and which is why a lot of our clients utilize us throughout the year to bounce questions and you know, it's better to ask first and then to have a finding later, you know, and you know, for the district size you have, I applaud you. You have very few findings, and that's very good. You know, you have some areas of federal awards that are higher risk, and we would be looking at those as well.
Thank you. I'll have Mrs. Susaita ask the first question.
Good afternoon. Well, you answered most of the questions we asked the other one, so I'm going to ask you a different question. Here on the review of the CPAs, I see that you had a peer review done in 2017, and
Correct.
the CPA peer review, you have passed with deficiencies. Can you explain what deficiencies they were talking about?
Yes, in the past review, we actually are waiting for our most current peer review, which is going to come through, and we're going to pass with no deficiencies. This time, the deficiencies on the last peer review related to 401k audits and some issues that they had prior to me coming on board, or to them really doing a lot of audit work on school districts. So those deficiencies did not relate to school districts at all.
Thank you.
Okay, Dr. Rodriguez.
Yes, sir. Good evening. My question in regards to your offices being in El Paso and New Mexico, do you plan on doing this audit virtually, or is it going to be some on-site visits? And if it is on-site, you know, do you pass along travel costs to the district?
Our fee that has been proposed to you includes travel costs. Therefore, that will be all inclusive. We are planning on being on-site. Our on-site presence will probably be anywhere between probably around 2 weeks out on-site. And we will make sure we have all COVID measures and everything else applied. Other than that, we will be performing some work via virtual. This pandemic has taught us all that there's a new way to do business, and a lot of times this is how people like to do it. So we will leave that up to the school district as far as how much presence they want us on site versus virtual.
Thank you.
Mrs. Usaita asked my question, so I had the same question, so they answered.
Okay, Mr. Trevino?
No question.
None? Mr. Los Santos?
Yes, I just, the question I'm going to ask you, the same question I ask every firm. I know you talked about staying abreast of guidelines and policies as they change and requirements, especially with high-risk federal funds. And that's kind of where my question leads to, is if you can provide like a sample of what steps would you take coming in to review local, state, and federal funds to make sure that they're appropriated the way they're supposed to be, that they're being spent according to guidelines.
Right, and please understand, part of our job is to come in and provide the risk assessment that the other auditors have indicated to determine which programs we're going to test. The other piece is for us to look at and talk to the board and find out which programs the board has concern with that we may have to perform additional procedures on. Just because we look at and follow the guidelines that the audit's required doesn't stop us from asking the board members, is there a program that you're concerned with? And, a lot of times when I hear questions that you are presenting, it's because a board does have concerns. Maybe a federal program or a program director has been turned over numerous times in a program, or a program's having a hard time determining eligibility and getting spent. The key is for a school district, for any school district, it doesn't matter where you live or where you're located, is to take those federal funds and those state programs and utilize that money for the children as much as possible. And in that verse, our experience as business managers, we will be able to come in and talk to you about what compliance issues there you can do. For example, a lot of times, yes, the federal programs have limitations, but they also have requirements. And sometimes school districts will utilize costs and not allocate costs to federal programs, even though they are allowed to. And it's our job if you have those questions, our job would be to research that and let you know. But at the same time, we can't make that decision for you.
Thank you, sir.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, and you pretty much already addressed the extra funding that I was asking. So if there are no further questions, we certainly appreciate you taking the time to tell us.
We appreciate the opportunity, and we look forward to possibly working with you, whether it be on the audit or any other services that you may require. And again, it's great to meet you all, and we wish you the best.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
Thank you all very much.
Okay, Carlos. Next.
For the next online presenters, it's Carr, Riggs, and Ingram, LLC. Are they up?
Good evening. May I share a brief presentation?
Riggs and Ingram?
Yes.
LLC? Okay, you have 10 minutes for your presentation.
Okay, we've got a 10-minute time limit for your presentation. At 9 minutes, you'll be notified that you have a minute left, and then after that, we'll entertain questions about your firm. You have the floor.
Thank you. Okay, can everyone see my screen?
Yes.
Okay, very good. My name is Esmeralda Iñiguez. I'm a partner with Carr, Riggs & Ingram out of the McAllen office. This summer, I will be completing 9 years in public accounting. I started off with Long Chilton. In the very first year, I started off auditing a pretty big governmental entity here in the Valley that is also a participant of the GFOA certificate and also obtains quite a bit of federal grants. And ever since, I've been doing various governmental entities and nonprofit entities that obtain federal funding. I'd like to show you a few statistics about our firm. When you engage with CRI, you're not just engaging with the partner, you're engaging with an entire network of professionals. We are the very first national firm that has a physical presence here in the RGV. We're currently across 10 states in the southern region of the United States. And we are 19 plus professionals, 300 plus partners, and we're ranked top 25 among national CPA firms. Our governmental experience includes auditing and consulting services for over 500 governmental entities. Over 230 single audits are performed annually. And of those governmental entities, there's over 80 school districts that we audit. Here in the Rio Grande Valley, we have experience and resources. We have experienced audit partners and professional staff in the McAllen, Harlingen, and Brownsville offices that are currently serving school districts valley-wide. The experience range from 1+ years at the beginning levels through over 37 years with our seniors, supervising seniors, and partners. The engagement team that is assigned to each of our clients is based on the district's needs and our risk assessment. We do have experience with TA compliance and reporting. We do single audits that are required for federal and state grants. And like I mentioned, we are very familiar with GFOA requirements, so we would be able to assist you in making sure you maintain that certificate. In addition to our local resources, we have additional resources for research and consulting across our firm. And we also have the IT infrastructure for remote services if needed. We conduct our audits with the highest professional standards. We provide specialized industry training, not just for our internal audit staff, but we also extend some of that training to our clients. And we conduct our audits under a very strict quality control program. Our approach is client relationship focused. We have frequent, open, and proactive communication with district's administration. And our goal is to develop long-term and successful relationships with each of our clients. Our audit approach is a 4-stage approach. Ideally, we like to start the first 2 stages of the audit as soon as we become engaged. If possible, we like to begin even before the school closes their year end, just to gain an understanding of how they operate, what are the controls that they have in place, what are their controls over information technology that is so important these days, as most of the data is provided electronically. Then once the district closes their books and provides the trial balance ready for audit, then we continue with the audit execution. And lastly, we can assist the district in developing their report. We also provide report results and evaluate continuous improvement opportunities for ongoing service that benefit you. And throughout the audit, we also discuss any observations that come to our attention. Depending on the severity, they would include the department, the finance department, or governance if applicable, to make sure everyone understands what the issues are and what any potential misstatements that we ran into. Thank you for the opportunity to introduce myself this evening and tell you a little bit about CRI. And we hope to be of service to Weslaco ISD soon. And I can entertain any additional questions that you may have.
Thank you. Mrs. Taita?
Yes, good afternoon. You answered most of the questions that we've asked, so I'll ask you a different one. I see here that you have done audits for 9 school districts. Can you name some of those school districts here in the Valley?
At the moment, we have audit teams, like I said, throughout the Valley. We're doing, or we will be doing, starting over PSJA ISD, Harlingen CISD, Mission CISD, Zapata CISD, Sharyland ISD, Roma ISD, La Feria ISD, Santa Rosa ISD, and Lyford CISD. In addition, we've done other school districts that are no longer our clients, but we've also had a number of years of experience with McAllen ISD. We also worked on Ed Couch Elsa ISD and South Texas ISD.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Rodriguez,
No, I have no questions.
Nieto,
None.
Sevilla,
No questions.
Mr. Los Santos.
No, no questions.
Um,
She answered my initial question from the previous.
The only thing that I've asked, everyone is about your understanding of the ESSER funding and how school districts will use them. Are we ready for addressing those, how school districts are going to use those ESSER funds?
Yes, we definitely were in the middle of trying to figure out all COVID-related funding that came to all the governmental entities, a lot of nonprofits. We've been there with the clients, keeping them up to date as we learn about any information, any developments. On ESSER funding, it more than likely we will hope to have there's a compliance supplement that is provided by the federal agency that outlines what are the important aspects of the grant that they require for us to audit and look at. So hopefully we get that on a timely basis. Otherwise, we have very experienced single audit specialists that know how to handle grants that, where the granting agency is not providing the specifics of the compliance matrix of those points that need to be audited. So we would definitely take on that challenge.
Thank you, Fernanda. If there are no further questions, we certainly appreciate the time and your presentation.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you.
And finally, Dr. Canales?
We have Gascos and Associates PC. So let's see if they're on.
Yeah, I'm on. Can y'all hear me?
Yes, we can.
Oh, perfect. Well, thank you so much. My name is Carlos Gascos, and I am the principal of Gascos and Associates out of Brownsville, formerly Patillo Brown and Hill out of Waco. I really hope that you all have taken a real good look at our proposal. It's pretty comprehensive, and I want to compliment the administration for putting out the requirements for the RFQ. And I want to take you to the first cover page as to what kind of differentiates our firm from other firms. They're all good firms that are proposing. I don't have anything bad or negative to say about anybody. I believe that they all believe that they're qualified and can provide the audit service to you. But if you look at the first page, our motto about our commitment and accessibility, that is something that I have long prided myself with. Not only have I engaged with that, but explain to the staff how important it is to respond to a client's questions, needs immediately. Even though I don't believe I've had a whole lot of interaction with your administration, but what little I did have several months ago, I like to respond quickly. If it's important enough for y'all to ask the question, then it's certainly important enough for me to answer the question timely. Our firm is an audit firm, and my audit staff are auditors. They're not, they don't do tax between January and April, and then they don't do bookkeeping. They don't, they strictly focus on audit. For the size of our firm is small compared to maybe some of the national firms and other firms. We have We have 11 auditors, and that's all they do. But we also have the largest number of school districts that we do in the Valley. We do anywhere, I think, I have to go back and count, but anywhere minimum of 14 to 16 school districts. We do the largest school district south of San Antonio, and we do some of the smallest school districts south of San Antonio. We do school districts as far as Laredo. United has been a client of ours for a number of years, but Brownsville, Port Isabel, Rio Hondo, Los Fresnos, South Texas was a client at one point. And our experience in school district, that's what our firm principally does. I'm not going to tell you that we're experts or that we're specialists. I don't even think we're allowed to use that type of verbiage in the CPA profession. But I can tell you that I've been doing audits for over 40 plus years. And the level of experience that we have is beyond reproach. Nobody in the Valley can say that they do, more than 10. Now, maybe if 4 or 5 offices may do 10 or 12, but my office does a lot of school districts. The software that we use, Audit LEA, coupled with the guidelines, they stay current. I also want to take you to the cover. One of the things that my firm started when I broke away from Patillo back in 2019 was trying to do a little bit extra for the client. And that means and I have a graphics person in my office that develops the covers, for instance. Trying to get the image from the school district, or we Google it and we polish it up and we put it in the form, not only of your audit, but in the RFQ that you're seeing is a cover that's unique to you. And so we're very proud of that. On pages 17 and 18 of the RFQ, we list our references and the contact people. And I feel comfortable and confident that many of these I've had for years, that you can call them, communicate with them, they can express to you the type of firm that we are and the type of services that we provide. I think it's important to note that with COVID was very challenging for everybody. I kind of like it, quite frankly, because I had 4 audit presentations to present on the same day, within a few hours of each other. So I'm not the Flash. And had it not been for the virtual and Zoom presentations, I wouldn't have made it from Laredo to Robstown to Edinburgh and San Benito within 4 or 5 hours, but we were able to do it. Now, we're going to go back now because TEA did extend the filing deadline for June 30th clients. Unfortunately, they did not extend the deadline for August 31st clients. So we had all our clients pretty much, we do 3 or 4 June 30th. Pretty much all of them took advantage of the extended time. It did put a burden on our firm. It did put a burden on my staff, but we got everybody out in compliance, not taking any shortcuts, doing what we needed to do. One thing that you all may know, you get you receive a TEA letter from normally from Ruben Moreno from TEA, and he sends a letter after he has reviewed and scrutinized the audit report. And I'm very proud that some of the comments that we get back are not because of the audit itself. Normally it's because, the self-insurance fund is in a deficit position, or food service fund, or fund balances are getting below what they need to be, et cetera. Very rare is it that they come back and kind of lay the blame on us. Hey, you forgot to do this, you forgot to do that. That's a component that I don't believe people talk about a whole lot, but we're very proud of the TEA letters that the district gets back after we've done the audit. The GFOA certificate, obviously, that's a tremendous accomplishment that you all have, and I would encourage you. That not only helps your bond rating, but it is also the one of the pinnacle documents that the accounting office receives in terms of reporting standards. So those things are very important as a whole. And, coupled with that, I'm open to questions, from the board. And, I look forward to being competitive with everyone else. That's
Okay,
all I have.
I'll start.
Thank you. We'll now entertain questions about your firm from our trustees, starting with Mrs. Sustaita.
Good afternoon. Thank you for answering the questions that we've asked the other CPAs. So I'll ask you a different one. I see that you have 12 districts listed as you have been doing audits for over 12 districts, and you've been in business for over 40 years. So that's pretty impressive. My question to you is, because you've been in this business for so long, have you ever had any districts where findings were negative or not in compliance to government laws or standards? And if you have or you haven't, how did you or would you help the districts be in compliance?
Well, the answer is yes to all the questions. Our role is not to come in and look for stuff. We test transactions based on the population, and we report those findings to the board, and then we follow up the following year and see if those same things are occurring again. As far as we have so many standards now that we have to follow. One, obviously, it's the AICPA, American Institute of Certified Public Accountants. Have standards that they put out, pronouncements they put out. We have to comply with the Texas State Board of Public Accountancy. We have to comply with TEA. Now with all these federal funds that are coming down, keep in mind this: when they were talking about the PPP loans that a lot of businesses took advantage of, they were flipping back and forth as to whether is it taxable if it's forgiven, is it not taxable if it's not, can you deduct the expenditures that you use the PPP loans for? Those things changed within 30 to 45 days. And we were on top of that. I had clients calling me all the time. And it's just a matter of not only there's so much available, if you play keyboard jockey, you can find so much information at your fingertips. But in terms of what we have to do, well, there are compliance guidelines that are set forth, whether by the OMB circulars, by AICPA, that are always sending us updates. The state board constantly sends us updates. TEA is always sending updates. So there's a lot of folks that are contributing to all the compliance. And how do we find it? Number one, you have to, first of all, trust and verify. You interview staff, you interview the administration, and then you test it. If they say, yes, we didn't spend anything over $10,000. Well, okay, well, let's test it. Number one, if you did or you didn't. Number two, is it allowed by the grant? And a lot of grants are different. You apply for these grants. Within those grants, there are prerequisites, and there are things, there's do's and don'ts. You may have overhead costs that are limited. You can have indirect costs that are limited. Compensation is limited. There's a lot of things that have limitations. And during the course of the audit, we test for those. If there's two bad things that can happen. One are significant deficiencies, and one are material deficiencies. And the material ones are the ones that are kind of going to get you in trouble. The significant ones, those can be fixed. But have not had an instance where a district or a nonprofit or a governmental has had to return grant funds because of misappropriations or misspending. And keep in mind that an audit is not geared, and you all know this, you've done this for a while, is not geared to detect fraud. It's not geared for that. So when people tell you, yes, we're fraud, we do this, we do that, that's not the intention of a financial and compliance audit. There's no guarantees if someone is doing something, it's going to get caught, because we'd have to audit 100% of the transactions. That would be a forensic audit or agreed upon procedures engagement. But if it happens to I guess, surfaced during our testing, well, we expand our testing. Was it 1 out of 60 that we found, or is it 20 out of 60 that we found? So a lot depends on how much of it we find during our testing. I hope that answered your question.
Thank you.
Yes, ma'am.
Thank you. Dr. Rodriguez?
I have no questions. Thank you.
Nieto?
No questions.
Trevino? Mr. Los Santos? No questions. Yeah. The only thing that I've been asking is how you'll address how schools use the extra funding.
Well, thank God for the funding that we're going to be the beneficiaries of. Again, they've already come up with preliminary guidance, and that's what we look at. There will be some subsequent compliance and guidance that will be delivered, hopefully within the next 45 to 65 days, and that's what we follow. Coupled with the audit programs that we use are updated to focus on any of the compliance issues. Single audit, for instance, single audit of federal and state awards. There are programs that we have to follow, and if we don't follow them, well, that's a whole other issue. But they must be followed in order to for us to do our job. We got peer reviewed the first time, after a new firm, we got peer reviewed, and we passed. And as a matter of fact, I have a letter from the peer reviewer saying, and I said, put it in writing in case anybody ever wants it, that it was the best set of work papers for single audit that he had ever seen. And I didn't do it. I have a quality review supervisor that's on our resumes, Delia Soto, who is very, very well knowledgeable. She's my go-to person when it comes to single audit and testing.
Thank you. If there are no further any further questions, thank you for your presentation.
Absolutely, I appreciate it. And if I can be excused, I will hang up.
Yes, sir.
Thank you.
All right, y'all have a great day. Thank you so much. Goodbye.
Okay. We will now go back to item 3. Discussion on student uniforms for school year 2021-2022. Dr. Canales?
Board of Trustees, we're going to display something real quickly. Mr. Martinez, are you going to do that? We've been getting questions about school uniforms. In our student handbook last year, because of the COVID-19 pandemic, on page 54 of 106 pages that constitute a student handbook, we did say, Board of Trustees, it was approved that we would waive uniforms for the 2020-2021 school year. We knew we were facing a pandemic. It was pretty much the pandemic had escalated, and we had no idea of what the school year would look like. So in there, it says uniforms are preferred and recommended as school dress code for all elementary and middle school students. However, the requirement to wear a uniform will be waived for the 2020-2021 school year. Our principals are the gatekeepers for student success and student discipline, safe, orderly campuses. We did speak with our principals and asked about student uniforms because the intent of the board last year was to waive it only for this school year. So next slide. So we did ask our principals for feedback, and they had some pros and they had some cons that we all think about. The pros included, for most families, it's cost effective. It could get costly for families, which would be a con for larger families who have to buy a whole bunch of uniforms at the beginning of the school year. It's a time saving. You're not focused on uniforms or children talking about who's wearing what. It's safety. And it's uniformity, it's a dress code, and it's easy to identify children and what grade levels they belong to, particularly at the middle school. And it creates a positive school climate, good behavior, and some school spirit. So you have some responses from our elementary and middle school. We don't have a dress code at our high school. And then you have some of the cons. I mentioned one about it could be costly, especially for larger families at the beginning. It may take away some individuality. And it's sometimes for the middle school principals, it was difficult to find the right colors. So you ask the essential question, Should we require uniforms next year? Or was it just a one-year waiver and we should continue with uniforms next year? And 100% of our principals in elementary to middle school felt that we should, next slide, that we should have uniforms. It's something our children are familiar with. It's been part of our school district for more than 10 years because I asked around when did we approve uniforms for elementary, middle school, and the people that I asked couldn't remember. So it's been a long time. It would just create some familiarity with what our students have known in the past. And it would do some of the things that our principal said. So in our student handbook this year, you will see, we'll ask for your feedback that we will have uniforms back for elementary and middle school students. I don't know if you have any questions about that or any feedback.
I have a question. I know Mrs. Staita has several students in the school district, and she could respond to the cost-effective uniforms versus
I
regular
was going
clothes.
to say, yes, actually, for large families, it's one of the cons was cost effective, but actually, I think it does help me save money to buy uniforms because everybody's going to want to buy their own, closet full of clothes. And so actually uniforms works a lot better for bigger families, definitely.
As well.
Yes, I definitely agree, 100% uniforms for big families.
My boys, when they went to elementary, they wore uniforms. Once they got to high school, they didn't. And, it was cost effective for me.
Yeah.
It is. In going the route of uniforms, where will they purchase these items? Or, where's the availability going to come from?
Most of this, let's see, the department stores here in Weslaco.
Walmart. even.
Walmart,
JC Penney's,
JC
Target.
Target.
Most of those
Correct.
chains have, yes.
So finding a place to get them will not be an issue.
I've seen them at the mall as well, some stores at the mall around.
Yes.
They carry, depending on the stores.
Well, you have several also that are going to meet at elementary, right?
Yes.
Mr. Los Santos?
So yeah, I'm aware that
Okay.
it's available.
And
I agree. I support that as far as, making it, I understand about the individuality. I understand that getting into junior high, but they'll have that opportunity in high school. And I think, yeah, it is very, very cost effective for families. And like I said, also for issues like, as far as like safety, when we're talking about what they're actually wearing, what the clothing says, or what it means. In some cases, like, gangs and things like that. So I think overall there's a lot of pros, and I support.
And being a former principal at Mary Hope Middle School, it was easier that you could see the eighth graders being with eighth graders, now with seventh graders or sixth graders.
Right.
So, without having really to pay attention, you can see it right away.
With the color coding.
I didn't ask you all because you all have already gone.
Well, yes, but now, in case that someone shows up to school without the uniform, will there be something available that they can borrow for the day so that there are no discipline issues
Right. I mean,
for not being uniformed?
Right, that's a good question, and there usually is. I mean, most principals, with parent liaisons, usually have a closet where it's like, oh, for today, we'll let you borrow this. One of the reasons we want to discuss this now, and Board of Trustees, you brought up good points. You may be run into people at the grocery store, at the mall, and may ask, are we going to go back to uniforms? So we wanted to bring what the intent was for the board was last year, but to get the message out early. Our parent liaison staff and our director, Mrs. Erica Garcia, has set up like a closet too for items for district-wide and vouchers for uniforms. So we want, to get the message out early. And then if something happens, and the student, for some reason, there's a family emergency, does not come in uniforms, I'm sure our principals with their staff will have something for them to wear. If not, we have the family runs into situations, we'll have vouchers. And then we do have a closet that Mrs. Garcia has started up too for that. So, and most of the principals work, one time, if it's an extenuating circumstances, we don't have a uniform, okay, you get a pass. But the next tomorrow, let's talk about it. You need to come in your uniform.
And again, being a former principal, I would ask my eighth graders that were leaving to East High School to donate their uniforms so we could have,
That's a good idea.
that's what I normally would do.
I remember in the past, we didn't do it every year, but sometimes there was an outreach and we would purchase. I know that some campuses take donations. They would accept the
Yes.
outgoing and then they would accept donations and you
Correct.
could drop off, 4 or 5 shirts or the skirts or the pants. And I don't know if that's something that they continue.
We can look into something like that before the school year begins, like a donation drive for the schools. I know that I have a lot of good clothes, and I'm sure a lot of parents do, that would donate it to their children's schools. So it would be a good idea to have schools have a little donation drive.
Yeah, and we can set something like that up too, to help. But we will get the message out that after today's meeting, that we will be back to uniforms. It was waived for 1 year for elementary and middle school.
Thank you. Any more discussion? Okay. Item 4, discussion on COVID-19 measures. Dr. Granada.
Okay, we do have a short little 2 slides on this, and I'm going to ask Dr. Garcia to help out. I'll go ahead and start. I mean, first of all, just the communication about the COVID-19 measures. With Governor Abbott's orders on face covering, we have to be in accordance with those executive orders. I know that they're fining, also if we're not following them. But this was effective June 5th. The no longer require face coverings for students, staffs, and visitors at any campus, facility, or event, indoors or outdoors. So to help prevent the spread of COVID-19 and working with our health coordinator and others, listen to what CDC saying and TEA, we're going to encourage our children and our staff to wear their masks to protect themselves and others. We will start talking about practicing social distancing. We know that that's important. We anticipate that in July, sometime CDC and TA will continue to update us, and those updates could come late July and even in August as they provide direction for school districts across the state. So we're just going to say practice social distancing. We're all used to 6 feet, 3 feet, just practice social distancing. For the children that can, if the message is still to get a COVID-19 vaccine, we'll talk about that. Still wash our hands often with soap and water for 20 seconds and use a hand sanitizer that contains 60% alcohol. And then cover your mouth or sneeze with a tissue, then throw the tissue in the trash. And the guidance document will be updated as per CDC guidelines and TEA that, like I said, we're expecting in July and maybe again some changes in August. And then on the next slide, you'll see additional COVID-19 measures. First of all, thank you so much for the air purifiers. Every single classroom will have the air purifiers, and that's a big win, because it's scrubbing and cleaning the air. We will plan to have student and staff temperature checks. We still have to do some planning on that and figure that out as more students are coming back to school. The student and staff desk shields will be ready. We will have and require, our parents to, that same message. If your child has any of these symptoms, keep them home. Staff, the same thing, stay home. So the self-screening before coming to school. We'll have the sanitizing stations. We'll have the disinfectant spray, directionality markers on the floors so students know how to navigate the building, one-way, direction and things like that. Our campuses did a great job. If you visited during the COVID-19 with everything marked with the 6 feet, we'll have to change some of that, but we'll still have some of that. The isolation rooms at the campus, the visitor designated areas, no communal supplies. We'll have individual supplies, the entrance and exit signs. So these are some measures, hopefully we'll be in a place where we don't have to have all these measures, but if we start a little bit stronger, then gradual release like our teachers do, just phase out one thing at a time as we get direction from TA and CDC. So I know Dr. Garcia has been working closely with Ms. Kaufman on this and others and staying informed. So I don't know if you have any questions, he's here to
Yes.
answer.
Good evening, Mr. President, members of the board. I think it's very important to mention also on the previous slide where it talks about encouraging everyone to take the vaccinations. You'll be happy to know that in the last 3 weeks, we have had up to 400 vaccinations with 80% of them being students. So we're pushing it. We want everybody to get vaccinated. So the other thing that I want to mention is, if you recall, we have a team that goes out to the campuses to monitor, to make sure that that we have all these measures in place. We're there to assist them. We did it right before the kids came back in the spring and also during the summer. We went out there and, you know, just assisted the campuses to say, okay, is everything in place? Is there something else we can do to make sure that it's, you know, that everything is in place? So we're going to do the same thing right before school starts. We're going to go out there and again, assist the campuses just to make sure that all measures are being put in place. So any questions?
One of my kids were some of those kids who, the 80% who got the vaccine. I know you have to go back 2 weeks later.
Yes.
I haven't taken them back yet. They're supposed to go back, but I will. Where are parents supposed to go? To the same facility they went the first time?
Yes. Thank you for mentioning that. I think it's very important that the community understands that in order for it to make it more feasible for the whole community, we decided to keep it consistent because at one point we were going to do it at East, then we were going to do it at High. So we decided to do it not only at the same location, but also the same times, week after week after week. So people understand, you know what? I just have to go to Weslaco High School, Sepulveda Gym. Thank you to Ms. Morales and the staff over there who have allowed us. They work with us since it's in the evening. It really doesn't interrupt the daily operations of the summer programs and things like that. So yes, people already know, and it's the first or the second vaccine are done at the same location, Wednesdays and Thursdays, 3 o'clock to 8 o'clock every week. So.
Okay, and what if they got it somewhere else, like at NAP when they were offering the RGV vax?
Yes, very good.
They can go get their second dose with the district?
They do. All they
Okay.
need to do is to make sure that they take their vaccination card with the first dose, and they'll do the second dose there.
Okay.
And I don't know, but I will follow up just to make sure that it's the same vaccine. I'm not sure if it has to be the same or not, but
That was going to be my question there.
Pfizer's the only one that allows
Pfizer
children
is the one
12 and
that.
up.
Okay. So yes, all they have to do is take their vaccine card from the first dose, and they can go.
You said Mondays and Wednesdays only.
No, Wednesdays and Thursdays.
Okay.
3 to 8 at Sepulveda Gym.
And we have that information out on
Yes.
for the public to know.
Yes,
Okay.
and thank you again to technology and KWES who have done an outstanding job of making sure that the information is out there, week after week.
Okay.
So thank you for your support on that. Yes, sir.
There's 2 items that I have been, I guess, following and asking about. I just want to know the status. One was that I know that the water bottle filling stations at the campuses, I know initially we had only installed one, and I had been talking to Mr. Riojas about that. And I just want to know, are we going to go ahead and replace that throughout the entire, at each campus? Are we going to replace all the water bottles? Are we going to install those? That's what I'm trying to say, and replace the ones that we currently have. And then 2 was the temperature checks. I had been asking him, we had discussed, and even in previous meetings, I brought up the question as far as once we have everybody back on campus, you're going to have teachers, they're going to have students in the classroom that they may be concerned that they have or are feeling some symptoms. And instead of sending all these students, because our campus is, we're talking about 800 to plus, it's a lot. So instead of sending these students from these different grade levels all to the nurse, if we were to install, possibly, it was an idea, possibly install one of those facial temperature scanners, the teacher could just come out of the classroom, not have to walk too far, and kind of and the student could be checked. And then at that time, they can make a decision whether, they don't have a temperature, they can stay back in class, or they can send them to the nurse. Is that something that's still being looked at, or?
Yes, as far as the water bottles are filling stations, Mr. Los Santos, I believe they're still working on that. I think Oscar Riojas is the one who's taking care of it, but I will follow up with him on that.
Okay.
My understanding is they're supposed to be all replaced at all the campuses. Okay. So we'll follow up on that. As far as the temperature checks, we have decided to continue to do temperature checks. Right now, currently, and ever since we started doing temperature checks, we've been doing it through the security guards, through administration at the very entrance. But we are going to research possibilities of other means of taking temperatures, like the automatic scanners. As soon as you walk in, you just go up there. Like I just keep reminding myself about, I walked into McDonald's one time, and that's what they have. They have a little scanner. Nobody has to take their temperature. They just go up there and they put their forehead on the machine, and it reads their temperature. So we're going to research other possibilities.
Okay, so thank you.
Because I was looking at the air purifiers. the high traffic areas, the hallways in the schools, are there air purifiers in the main hallways too, or is it just in the classrooms?
Yes, I apologize, Ms. Ustaita. That's something that I don't know, but I think Mr. Americo Garza is here and he can answer to that.
We don't have any air purifiers or cleaning machines in the hallways. Now, again, the hallways typically have minimal air conditioning because it's just to cool the space when there's through traffic. There's really no permanent occupancy there. It's only temporary. And so all of that air is being actually shared with the air conditioning systems that are supplying the classrooms. So it's the same air that's already being circulated. So by having the systems in the classrooms, we're already cleaning, all the air that's also getting transferred to the hallways as well.
Okay, because I can tell you as a teacher, every time I went into the hallway, there's kids all day coming back and forth. The hallways are never empty. There's always kids in there. So that's just my concern that the air in the hallway is also being cleaned as well. You're saying that the classroom purifiers will take care of that.
Yes. So in most of the campuses, the way it is, we have a few campuses where we may have a unit for the hallway that is separate and apart from the classrooms, and we'll look at that to make sure that everything is clean.
In one of the previous meetings, it was stated that we're going to have a second order of purifiers for the cafeterias, offices, hallways, and I think some of the athletic buildings as well. Is that going to happen or?
Yes. So Mr. Los Santos, the equipment that we've already purchased,
right, for the classrooms.
So that size is good enough to satisfy spaces, large spaces such as gymnasiums, cafeterias, and libraries. So we already have that selected, the weight rooms and so forth. For the offices, we'd have to have something small, a lot smaller. We already received the proposals, and we're in the process of reviewing them and making a recommendation.
Okay.
But we do have already the proposals received.
Thank you. Americo?
Thank you.
If you have no other questions, we'll go ahead and send you an update on the topics and the questions that you have.
Thank you. Thank you.
Regular staff. And for the,
Item 5, discussion on gifted and talented GT program, Dr. Canales.
okay, Board of Trustees, we do have our coordinator for gifted and talented programs and advanced academics. This is Miss Samantha Fritz, who will be presenting on our GT program for the elementary and middle and some high school information.
Yes. Good evening, Mr. Board President, members of the board, and Dr. Knopf. Nice to meet the new members. What a year. It has been a year. I can tell you one thing, it feels very weird to be up here without a mask on, but I like it. Okay, so today I'm going to talk to you about the annual review that I do every year in accordance with the Texas State Plan of Gifted Education. A little brief history of our GT program and service design, as well as the proposal and the intent of the proposal, and the estimated GT funding that we receive each year and the costs of the staff. And then we'll follow that up with questions. All right, so this year I identified that we had a lack of human capital to support our K-12 gifted and talented program. I'm not sure if you guys are aware, but at the beginning of this school year, because of COVID and the situations that were happening, our 11 Quest teachers were placed back into vacancies at elementary campuses. So we were left to support the program through the 434 GT certified classroom teachers in the Common Core classes, as well as me taking on the responsibilities of those 11 Quest teachers and facilitating identification assessment, putting together the project and the service design, in addition to that differentiation by the core content teachers. And then also we got a lot of feedback from stakeholders like parents, teachers, principals, administrators, just general stakeholders from the community that they really want the K-8 GT program, pull-up program to come back. And then third, that at our secondary level for advanced academics, we do really lack a lot of support that we need as far as our pre-AP classes, the curriculum and instruction that's in place, monitoring the AP classes, our other dual enrollment programs. And so that's just one thing in addition to the GT pull-up program. But I'm only going to be talking about the pull-up program today. Okay, next slide. Okay, so right here, this is just some information about the GT population across the state of Texas within our region and our district. So as you can see, there's almost 500,000 students that are identified as gifted and talented in the state of Texas, with about a total of 8.26% of the total population of students in Texas that are identified as gifted and talented. In Region 1, there's 37,000 students that are identified as gifted and talented, similar, a little bit more than the average of the state at 8.53%. And then here's Weslaco. We have 958 students, which is a percentage of 5.78. Historically, we have always had a lower number. In addition to this number, we've added about 38 students this year, so it would be 958 plus 38. We usually have a fall identification and assessment period. This year, we had option 1, 2, and 3 to accommodate the parents' choice. So students were nominated. We had a lower number of students that were nominated this year because teachers were saying, well, we don't really work with the students. We don't know them through the computer. How can I really identify them? So our number is lower and will be lower for the coming school year, but I do have ideas in place like screening all of kindergarten and as well as first grade in order to get some of the students that we might have missed. Because we do really want to increase this number so that we can just benefit more students and encourage them to take advanced classes and things like that. Okay, so the history of the GT program. Well, first of all, we're very lucky because we've had a pull-out program for the last 30 years. A few teachers this year actually retired and were like some of the beginning or like starting members of the Quest program. So I'd say somewhere within the 1990s to 2017, we were doing a pull-out program called Quest. There was one teacher on each campus that was facilitating gifted and talented services. They would pull students out by grade level. A really beautiful, unique experience where students got to work one-on-one with their teacher, do projects, things that were of interest to them, and kind of the curriculum was created for that student in mind. In 2000, and as well as that, teachers within the classroom were differentiating their instruction, meaning that they were, kind of teaching at different levels within their classroom. So maybe those gifted students were being taught at a higher level, and so on. And then in middle school, we were strictly focusing on full-time inclusion up until 2017 when I got this position as an advanced academics coordinator. We included a pull-out program called the Advanced Academics Academy for 6th through 8th grade students. So we were servicing a pull-out program for kinder through 8th grade. So it did come to quite a surprise, or it was quite a surprise and a transition for a lot of students and parents and teachers and campus administrators, because we were servicing the GT students through that pull-out program, and now all of those responsibilities were then being transferred to different personnel at the campuses as well as central office. And then the high school, we do full-time inclusion in open enrollment, pre-AP and AP and dual enrollment and STC and on-ramps courses. So we don't have anything very specific for gifted and talented students at the high school because all of these great opportunities are open to everyone. But we're always open to suggestions of how we can do more down the road. So in 2020, that was the year that we went from the pull-out program to focusing full-time inclusion. So we've had the Quest program for probably at least 26 to 30 years for the Quest program and then 3 years for that middle school pull-out program.
Question on the middle school programs.
Yes.
What areas do you pull? You said you pull them out, correct? I'm assuming that you pull them out, whether it's math or reading or science or what areas, or how do you pull those GT students from their classes?
Okay, so the way that they're pulled out is, so formally we had a middle school program, and so the students would be bused to Central Middle School
Correct.
to Annex B. And so we would ask the campuses to try their best to schedule students advanced classes opposite of when they were going to be pulled out. So working with principals or being at the mercy of them in the summer to explain, okay, this is when, you know, Mary Hogue and I guess Bigars are going to go, and this is when Central and Quare are going to go. And so can you please make sure that the advanced classes are opposite of when they're supposed to go? So it took some transition. You know, it's different in the beginning because we brought the program on, student schedules were already set. And so, you know, we were finally getting to that third year of, you know, things were starting to work out. Campuses were responding to what we were asking. And then COVID happened.
Right.
So it's really based off of the student schedule and the person who creates it at the campus.
So I'm assuming they're going to be pulled out again to Central, the location?
Yes, but per my proposal, we would have one teacher for 2 campuses. So there might be some different flexibility within the schedule that will be able to avoid students being taken out of core classes.
Okay.
Is because I know my middle schoolers would get pulled out of their classroom and they had to go to Central, and they didn't like it because they were leaving their school and, you know, getting on the bus. So is there any other way, instead of busing them to Central, that like you said, having it in their campus instead of being bused over to a different one?
Yeah, so we originally did that because we were working with 11 teachers, and a lot of them have different certification levels. So there's a lot of interesting factors at play. One thing that's exciting because of COVID is that with your guys' approval of these teachers, we will be able to try that out this year. And because of everyone's experience of how the GT program was facilitated this year, people are a lot more open to trying new things, like giving a classroom at a campus for that teacher to serve a student. So that's exactly what we're going to do this year. Is we'll have one teacher that will be at 2 campuses. They'll have a room at each place, and then they'll work with the campus and the student schedules to pull the kids out on the days that they're there. So we'll be trying that this year.
Okay.
So hope to not only alleviate, you know, parental concern of safety, but also to, you know, to see if this process of a pullout works better that way.
Yes. I remember when I was in elementary, I believe that's how we would do it, where the teacher had her classroom and the kids would go pull it. So you've already had the experience with an elementary, the kids doing this. Is what you're going to try kind of the same program in middle school?
Yes.
See it being successful?
Yes, exactly. It is going to be challenging because before at each elementary, there was 11 teachers, right?
Yeah.
So then Roosevelt was closed. So then we had the 11 and only 10 for elementary. So we'll see if working with 7 is possible. You know, I think it's a good start. I mean, of course, like having 14 GT teachers would be really nice for every campus.
And I think that's a good proposal, like Ms. Sustaita said,
I-
to be there at the campus. I think it's more feasible.
Yeah, and I think everybody, like the teacher, the GT teachers, the campus administrators, the teachers, are all going to be more willing to try it because of everything that we've experienced in the last couple of years. So I am really excited about being able to offer that.
Right.
You know, putting them on a bus and transporting them to a central location, but they're cutting into instructional time, right? Because of the traveling and whatnot.
Right.
So this way, you're going to increase the
Yeah.
instructional time on campus.
Yeah, you know, and that did happen, but I have to say the transportation department did do an excellent job, like making it all work out as much as possible. Like it was amazing how we actually got everything to really work well together. But yeah, I'm looking forward to trying things differently, always with feedback from stakeholders. But again, our priority was just making sure we were servicing those 6th through 8th grade GT students. And we wanted to have something attractive that other schools didn't have. And so that was another reason why we tried a bunch of different things.
I don't know this question, maybe it's not for you, but maybe Dr. Canales, but is there plans in the future for expanding the program? I know right now you said we're bringing back 7 out of 11. And you said because some of them retired, some of those 11 left the district. But are you looking at pretty much following the program, seeing how effective it is, and then adding more as we go on?
And she does get input from the stakeholders, including parents, to see what's working and what's not working.
we're hoping that with the identification, that we will identify more. You notice that our percentages are a little bit behind the state and even some of the districts in the region. So as the numbers grow and as we implement and we get
Right.
stakeholder input and we do that needs assessment every single year, we'll be
Right. Based on
building
the
up,
screen, yeah, based on the kinder screening process and participants. Okay.
Yeah. Mhm.
And
We should-
can you all follow up? I saw that Mission is very comparable to the number of students that we have compared to them.
Right.
And their percentage of GT students is like, I think it was 1,800 versus 978 for
Right,
us.
it was at 12.6% of their population.
I believe that's what I read, right?
Right.
Yes.
So find out why there's so many in a small district like that compared to us, that I think we should have more than we do.
Yeah, so one of the reasons that would be because the identification assessment is left up to the district. And so not every district identifies students all the same. So we use like 7 to 8 different measures of assessing students, whether it's teacher input, parent input, creativity, reading and math scores, the COGAT, a cognitive abilities test. So we have a pretty comprehensive system. In former years, we were using a different assessment system with 5, and you had to get 3 out of 5 and 85% of those. You had to get 85 and 3 out of those 5 areas. And one of the reasons that we did change was because it was kind of cutting off some of the opportunity for some of our students.
Correct.
So yeah, we're evaluating our point matrix and things like that. And the goal is to increase the number of students that we have participating. But that would, some districts will only use 1 or 2 measures. And so not one test is really going to grab every student.
Because normally in the past, every school, say 8th grade, and say they scored 20% masters. That's quite a number of students that score in the mastery level, but yet they're not GT. Sometimes there's students that get masters in all 3 subject levels, but yet they don't qualify for GT, even though they scored very well. And again, there's a lot of reasons why, but that's something to look at.
Yeah, definitely. And one thing that the state is pushing is that we work with our special populations. So over the course of the last couple of weeks, we've had a lot of staff development that Janie Pena has put on. And I've been having those conversations with special ed. When you guys assess these students, can you give me some, let's find these kids that might be in that program that we might want to test. Or with Dr. Lopez and Mr. Trevino, when they assess their students and they move from a high to an advanced high, well, let's take a look at what their scores are and maybe we can recommend those students to get tested. So we're starting to have the conversations within the departments, and I think that's really important.
One more question. Obviously, the more teachers we have to do this, the better. They're servicing more kids. How do teachers become GT certified to be able to teach classes like this?
So the state requires that any teacher that has a gifted and talented student in their class must take days 1 through 5, which is what we call the 30 hours. And so if they have a GT student in their class and they have the 30 hours, they need to take a 6-hour update each day. So it's each year. For some people, it might fly. It's my everyday life. So then at the district level, I determine what that staff development is going to be based off of our needs assessment. So this year, we're going to focus on higher level questioning. So other than that, before it was being done by, I guess, the campus principal, would there be a vacancy? The campus principal would open it up. They'd interview. If I was here, they would invite me. And then they would make the ultimate decision. So what we're looking for going forward would be a teacher that's certified the kindergarten through 8th grade, so that they would be flexible to move between elementary and middle school campuses, so that we're not limited to, say, a certification that might only be 4 through 8 generalists, because then they couldn't work with an elementary.
Okay.
And then that kind of puts us in a bind certification wise.
Okay.
Okay. I think we can go to the next one.
Well, yeah, for this slide, right? This is the one where the state is requiring us to code.
Yes. Okay. So there's been some transitions. Formerly, we got our money through a GT allotment. And then they took that away 2 years ago. And then they decided, for accountability purposes, they wanted to use the PEAM system to code GT students. So we code students in the PEAM system as gifted and talented, but they want to know how we're servicing our students. So like picture a spreadsheet, picture the students' names, and then a code next to them. It's a tracking tool for them. And so we, in 2019 and to 2020, we were coding students with a 1 if they were in kinder through 8th grade. And that shows that 43% of the districts in the state of Texas code students as having a pull-out program at their district. And then we also service those 9th through 12th graders, like I mentioned before, in full-time inclusion, which has those teachers that have the 30 hours of instruction plus a 6-hour update are the ones that are working with those GT students. And so 33% of the school districts code their students or show that they have a full-time inclusion program at their district. So we would code students 1 or 4. This year we coded all of our students as full-time inclusion because we were servicing them through their core content classes with teachers who did have that certification, the 30 hours. So they are prepared to be servicing those students. It was just a very challenging year to have any additional work put on them. But because we do get funding through the Texas State Plan, we're obligated to show how we service our students and have documentation and records for how we do that, or we run the risk of losing the funding that we receive each year.
This works for the 9th, 12th grade, because I remember when my little girl, well, she's not little, she's in high school now. She was little, she was in Quest, now she's in high school, and I asked her, what happened to Quest? But is that the on-ramps and the AP and the dual classes, is that what it is for 9 through 12?
Yes. Right now, yes, and it's been like that for a long time. We don't have any specific pull-out program for the students or even like a guidance or counseling per se. A long time ago, these accelerated classes were only for advanced students, but because we think it's important to open these opportunities to all students and not hold anyone back, it kind of took over and became something for everyone.
Mm-hmm.
I am interested in doing something at the high school level. Of course, last year wasn't really an appropriate time to do that.
Mm-hmm.
And the issue, like I mentioned, the third need is that we don't have secondary support to pull students out or to service them in addition to, or to offer any specific GT classes. I know some districts like PSJ offer a capstone program, which is an AP capstone program. So it's facilitated through the AP classes. So that's something we could look into if we feel like we're interested in that. I think we're good. Okay. All right, so you guys mentioned Harlingen and you mentioned Mission. Harlingen does have a pull-out program. They have 12 pull-out teachers for their 15 elementary schools. They are our most comparable school district in the area as far as our numbers and within our region. Mission, they have a GT teacher per grade level, and that teacher will also pull them out during the RTI enrichment periods throughout the day. So what we had going for us and what we still can have going for us is far beyond what some of our similar districts are doing. And we know that in our district that there's a lot of parents that do really appreciate having the pull-up program. So what I'm proposing is that that we have 7 GT teachers, and there would be 5 at the elementary and 2 servicing the middle school. And each teacher would have 2 campuses, which will help us to be able to do exactly what Mrs. DeSantis said, which is to maybe have some more flexibility with the schedules, because we know with the learning loss, there's going to have to be some type of accommodations and flexibility. And I think that with these 7 teachers, even though more would be better, this is a great place to start so that we can try to transition back into, the pull-out program and the services that we're providing. The design that we would do is, like I said, pull out. And then those Quest teachers would also work with the staff at the campus during maybe some PLCs or during like grade level meetings to talk about some differentiation strategies. Because as I mentioned this year, for our focus for GT staff development is that higher level questioning. So they'll be there to reinforce that, like they once were when they were solely at that campus. And then, of course, as always, we want a rigorous and inspiring curriculum, which will be written by grade level, will encompass all of the science, social studies, math, and language arts and include projects. A fun fact is that prior to COVID, we had spent the whole summer preparing packets for kits for our students, as well as writing curriculum so that we could service our students in an online learning situation or online learning scenario. So I feel very confident that we can revive some of those lessons and the supplies that we have already purchased in order to make sure that we can have some fun curriculum for our students.
What type of curriculum do we use for GT programs?
It's created by the GT teachers. So we use depth and complexity, as well as some social and emotional tools called habits of mind, kind of like Leader in Me, but habits of mind, for example, like maintaining composure. So each week the students might learn, or the teachers decide if it's going to be 1 or 2 weeks, but when they come to class, we're going to have a conversation about managing like your composure. And then they'll give them a scenario, then they'll talk about it as a class, and they might do an activity. So not only is it focused on like math, science, social studies, and language arts, we're also hitting the social and emotional component because it's hard to create curriculum that fits everybody, but one thing that we do know is that if we prepare a kid to be successful, to be confident, to believe in themselves, and to have those skills, you're going to get a great student out of it. So that's, really the foundation of what we're trying to do, as well as having a heavy emphasis on writing. Our writing scores in the district in 4th and 7th grade, if you recall, they're kind of low, and we're always trying to do a better job. And so we've really taken on the responsibility as far as with our GT kids to really encourage writing, no plagiarism, how to craft a sentence, holding our students accountable to really make sure that they've got 3 to 5 sentences within that paragraph. And sometimes that can be a challenge for students as well as teachers who, are trying to instill that in the students. But slowly as we go on, we're getting kids to get on board with that. But our ultimate goal, of course, is that if we can teach a kid how to communicate, they're going to do better on passing their TSI tests, get higher ACT scores, score 3s and 5s on their AP exams, on their DBQs, as well as pass their dual enrollment classes. So ultimately, we want that student success. How are we going to get there? Give them the skills. And that's where we do that through our curriculum. Does anyone have any questions? Okay. Yes. And then here's an important part. So I just found out a couple of days ago that 2 weeks ago, our original funding that we would receive from the state of Texas for the last 5 years was $574,000. And they actually changed it from 12% to 7% and moved that money back into a GT allotment, which gives us $327,512. And with the 7 teachers that we need, and I did run this past Mr. Sanchez, it would cost roughly $497,000. Historically, the district has always supported the gifted and talented allotment budget. We had those 11 teachers. They were paid out of our GT budget and supplemented through additional sources. So it's not anything unusual for us to be, using multiple funding sources to enhance the GT program.
Question on the $497,000 figure. Did that already include benefits and everything? Okay.
Did that already include what?
Salary and benefits.
Would this qualify as like social, emotional under the ESSER funds? I know that we have the social, emotional, percent. Would this qualify for that? I'm assuming it would, as social and emotional for our Quest students, but would we be able to supplement more on here with ESSER to possibly allow more teachers, if possible, or if needed later?
Right, it would be something that we'd want to check very carefully. We do know, and the constant messages for the amount of money coming to school districts, it will be audited. It will be audited. So we'd probably ask some questions to try to find that out, because we do know the 20% is for, and we're proposing more than that, for learning loss. And their social emotional learning is a component. It would just have to be, can we connect the dots in a way where 5 years from now we get audited? It's not, now you owe us.
Right. Yeah, because with federal funds, it's just that you can justify it, if it's justifiable. So if it's closing the gap or in this case, social emotional. But it just, that's the way federal funds work. Once you get audited, it's, can you justify it?
Yeah.
But yeah.
And I'm just speaking for my child. I'm speaking as a mother right now. One of my daughters who's in Quest, being housed at home has really affected her mentally. And she's probably going to watch later on and say, Mom, but she, these kids are very smart and they think differently and they're creative, and every kid needs social and emotional support. Of course, these kids though, they're just like everybody else and they need it as well. Definitely.
Yeah, I
I
totally
believe
agree.
also President Biden had mentioned that they were proposing additional funds for counseling, the social emotional aspect, and for nursing, I believe.
Nurses.
It's not passed yet, but that's forthcoming in the near future too.
Because from what I remember from the Quest program, I'm sorry, ma'am, but what I remember from the Quest program, it provides our kids an opportunity for them to work together amongst their peers. They're working on challenges. It's hands-on, like that. Like I said, there's a lot of critical thinking in there. So, I mean, I would see it as an opportunity for kids also, for like that social and emotional factor.
Yeah. Or we could probably document it as like when they're pulled out for one portion, it's considered all social and emotional, and then the other portion would be like focused on learning loss. We could definitely do that. And, unfortunately, we have had students that have failed or didn't show up to their classes the whole year, and they're gifted and talented. And so, the campuses were trying their best to reach out to those students. But unfortunately, like our students are usually quite emotionally intelligent, and this has been a very trying time for a lot of our students. So yeah, anything we could do to get these teachers back, we would greatly appreciate it. Thank you so much for entertaining the idea. I know that we probably got some Quest teachers that are watching. And I know they would appreciate it too. So please consider it.
Thank you for the presentation.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Item 6, discussion on the fine arts program, Dr. Canales.
And Board of Trustees, we do have a couple of updates in the fine arts program. Dr. Garcia will help present this if you want to get on the microphone. So one of the things and one of the needs that's been expressed with the numbers is the number of children now in our orchestra. And Dr. Garcia, do you want to answer that?
Yes, thank you, Dr. Canales. So as you can see from this this chart right here, fine arts, Mr. Bissett, along with the choir director from the Weslaco High School cluster, requested if we could have an additional middle school director, assistant director. As you can see, one of the things that we do every year, Mr. Bissett, myself, along with the campus teachers, is we always have a census, and we go back and review what it's looked like in the past. And as you can see from this chart right here, they have really, really pushed the choir program, and they've recruited a lot of students. As you can see from 2017 to 2018, you can see the numbers that have gone up from the Weslaco High School cluster, which includes B. Garza Middle School and Central Middle School. So we are asking, for support to be able to provide an assistant middle school director to continue to enhance the program at the high school. Yes.
Since your current uniforms, they were purchased in 2012?
Okay, that's the next item.
Oh, I'm sorry. I jumped. Okay, because I saw that. I just want to verify that.
Yes, that's okay. I apologize for that, sir. I think I should have just put an additional slide, but we try to, keep them concise so that we won't have so many slides. But if you have no questions on the middle school orchestra, assistant director request.
This, I see because what about Cuellar, Mary Hogue, and the other Weslaco East ones?
Yes, thank you for mentioning that. I figured somebody was going to ask about that. So what's happening is that the Weslaco East, and I believe Dr. Gamboa is here. So that's the same question that I asked Mr. Bissett. Well, what about the other cluster? And he said, well, their numbers are not up there. I think what happened is that they just also lost their choir director and they just hired another one. So their numbers are not up there in order to be able to justify having another individual. So,
I can tell you personally, my daughter is in Cuellar. She has tried playing violin for 2 years now, but still can't get a song out there because her mariachi teacher has to take care of all the instruments, and it's very difficult. So maybe that's a reason why the numbers aren't up there, because there is no teacher to teach them. I mean, it's one guy for, I don't know, he's at the high school and the middle schools. So yeah, it
So-
definitely needs help.
yes, and we'll investigate that.
Okay.
Mr. Staita, absolutely.
Do you have those numbers, sir? Like the cluster for Weslaco East and those middle schools? Do you have that number?
I don't, but I can provide them for you in an update, sir.
Yeah. So this is one of the needs that has surfaced to the fine arts. And another need is what you just talked about, the
The
uniforms,
uniforms.
and the need for West East High School uniforms, 200 of them.
Yes, Mr. Dos Santos, on this one right here on the WHS band uniform, it's their time now. Usually uniforms we order every 10 years. That's usually the life expectancy. Not that they're not, they keep them very, very well. They take care of them. But every 10 years, they try to purchase band uniforms. This is WEHS's. Actually, it's not until year after next, but it takes a whole year. I mean, we're talking about 200 uniforms.
Right.
So it takes about a whole year to get them made. As a matter of fact, when we ordered WHS 5 years ago, if you all remember, whoever was here, it takes a while before we get them. And that's because we're constantly after the company to get them over here so that we can get them by summertime. So that way we're ready for the fall. So for the band uniforms, we're talking about 200. The last time we ordered for East, that was in 2012. Again, we have to order them in advance, and the price estimate is $117,000. Mr. Bissett is also virtually, in case you have any other questions. Mr. Bissett, are you there?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Is that typically the norm across school districts that they utilize these uniforms for 10 years?
Yes, Mr. Bissett.
The life expectancy of a band uniform is approximately 7 to 8 years. We are fortunate that we take care of our uniforms. We dry clean them all together, and we can make them last 10 years. When we purchased this uniform in 2012, that was our second uniform. The first uniform at East was purchased in 2002. So 2022, it's the Weslaco East Band's turn to get a new uniform. And the ones that we got in 2012 are starting to fall apart a little bit. The seams are coming undone, buttons are starting to fall off. So it's time.
And also, if you look at the red statement at the bottom where it talks about funding, where it's going to be taken from is from the local maintenance funds, unassigned fund balance. And I did review this with Mr. Andres Sanchez on the funding for it. So.
Okay, I have a question, but I'm trying to be very careful on how I ask this. But
that's okay.
In comparison to all of our other extracurricular activities that require uniforms, like let's say, like we have band, we have orchestra. I mean, we have all these different activities, sports as well too. What is the timeline, or how often are we changing uniforms in other areas compared to like components like this? Like, maybe we can get a report on that? Like I said, maybe there's mariachi. When does mariachi have their uniforms changed? Are we up to date with that? Is there areas that maybe we're slipping through the cracks? I would love that data just to kind of see and to represent all extracurricular activities that we have here within the district, like to see, okay, where are they at as far as uniforms and things like that, and equipment, and I know we have sports, etc.
So just athletics and fine arts and other.
All of them, yeah.
School sponsored.
Just to see where we have deficiencies, kind of like the report that we had in maintenance, where we were seeing different areas that we need to work on. But also this too, because like you said, Weslaco East and their uniforms, like I said, they're having issues, and we're not looking until 22 to make a move there or to bring that to the table.
And I think in athletics, they have a set time. Like
Also,
football, every,
Yeah.
I don't know, Mr. Rojas says,
In general,
How many
we
years?
would get a new football uniform every 3 years.
Correct.
Now, like anything else, and Andres will tell you this, when we spec, we need to spec very, very, very carefully because we don't necessarily go with low bids all the time because you get what you pay for. So we would keep items that we would get, for, trying to save a little money, but in the end, you end up spending more because you're having to replace things more often. And then the other thing with any kind of equipment is, good practices on recovering and keeping everything accounted for, not just to give things away.
Right.
Because sometimes things have a tendency to grow feet. So we like to take care of things, and the better job we do of those, the more they're going to last, and it all goes back to wear and tear. Every activity has its stress level of whatever the case may be,
right.
and sometimes things happen. If you have an issue with water getting into an equipment area and the bins, mold will destroy things. Or, we've had that happen before. So it's on a as we need basis, but that timeline that you have for all these things is kind of in line, and
Yeah, because I think it'd be great to have a needs assessment as far as, where those different departments within the fine arts stand as far as uniforms, equipment. I know I've heard concerns from the community about, especially band, as far as instruments, availability, especially to maybe, instruments are very expensive.
Mhm.
And sometimes we have families that they want to participate, but can't afford to actually go buy those. And I know other programs sometimes provide those or have those in place so that they can utilize those. So I think a needs assessment would be nice to see where that fine arts department is, and even other departments as well, to other extracurricular activities.
And I think in the band area, we purchase the bigger instruments. The school district purchases those versus the smaller instruments that parents can afford.
Mhm.
But the major instruments, the district is allocated, what the school is allocated the funds.
We can
Or in the
provide you with that
past,
report,
We
sir.
have purchased instruments on a given year. We purchased, I don't know how much, a few years ago for both high schools. I don't know, remember them, Dr. Gamboa, a couple of years ago? Right. Correct. Okay.
I don't know if I'm getting ahead of myself here. Do you have another slide for fine arts?
No,
Is this
that's it.
okay?
Thank you.
Because I did see, I did talk to Mr. Cuellar from Weslaco East, and he has shared with me some concerns for band. And yes, uniforms is definitely one. Also, I marched when I was in high school. I know how hot it is out there when the kids are marching, and that asphalt that Weslaco East has, they're marching on. I know that after marching season, it opens up their parking. But I believe that one of his also needs for these kids, there's pros and cons to asphalt. Obviously, a con is against in the summer. You know, the kids are marching on this hot blacktop.
Okay.
Oh,
¿Cuánto ve? ¿Ah?
Okay, there you go. Who unmuted him? Said who did?
that's an important one. That of course, instruments. Band is about instruments. They have a huge need for instruments to get those instruments for the kids to play. Not everybody's blessed. Mr. Bissett was my trumpet teacher years ago, and I was very blessed that my mom was able to buy me a trumpet. But not every kid, obviously, like Mr. Nieto says, we all need the big instruments, but the smaller ones we don't get. Very important. So if we could look into the resurfacing or the asphalt, and he requested canopies for when it gets hot and they take their breaks. And at night it gets dark out there, and they practice up until all hours of the night. There are some kind of mobile battery lights that would help those kids
Where did they practice over at East? I'm not sure.
on the parking lot.
Right, by the new band hall, that
Oh, yes.
parking area right there.
So it gets hot, you know, and it helps, I'm sure it helps the feet it's stable, but it's hot and it's not ideal. So we could do something for our kids who, yeah, it's a lot of hours spent on that. Not honestly marching field, the marching parking lot. It would be
I
a
think
great investment for
There's
them.
something for discussion for the next year or two.
Definitely.
You know, like I know there's Austin Westlake, give a prime example. Their soccer fields, their band fields are all natural synthetic grass like we have on at the stadium and at East, you know, because it's soft and they can march and it adapts to the temperature. But again, you're talking about Austin Westlake, you know, high revenue, but they do have soccer, softball, band, they practice on that field.
And the thing is that this parking lot is used after marching season for parking. Right. So I know that there's some kind of material that you can resurface with that you can still park on, but you can also, you know, walk on. So you can research that and find out.
Absolutely. And thank you for being a big supporter of fine arts, all of you, because, you know, our kids deserve it. Very, very good questions and you know, concerns as far as the, you know, getting a report out on, you know, the uniforms. I can tell you for sure that Mariachi, Weslaco, Pantera got new uniforms the year before last. And I'm not sure about East, but I think theirs are at least 4 to 5 years old, if I'm correct. But a very good idea. I can tell you that the Folklorico, the awesome thing about Folklorico is that we just build on all the uniforms for the different states, you know, representing Mexico. But all these ideas, thank you very much for bringing them up, because that's what we want to be able to improve our finance.
By the way, how did Mariachi Pantera do this weekend at the state competition? You know,
Mr. Visit?
They received an excellent rating, which was a Division II, but at the state level, that is a great rating. And we're very proud of those students. Through a pandemic, they came in, they practiced, they rehearsed, and they deserve all the accolades they can get because they earned the right to go to the state mariachi festival. And they did. They represented Weslaco ISD very well.
awesome. Thank you.
And I want to take the liberty right now to just say thank you very much to Mr. Bissett. As you all know, I'm not sure if we're going to have another special board meeting soon, but by the next regular board meeting, Mr. Bissett is no longer going to be here. But he's already promised that he's going to stick around and help us out, you know, volunteer, right, Mr. Bissett?
Yes, sir.
Put you on the spot there, Mr. Bissett. Thank you very much for everything you've done for Weslaco ISD, sir.
And let me just fire that one back right to the school board, Dr. Canales. I want to say thank you for the opportunity to work here in Weslaco. 34 years ago, Mr. Isidore gave me a chance. And because of our students and our school boards over these years, I've learned a lot, and I have had many opportunities to grow as a musician and as an individual. And I just want to say thank you to each of you for all of your support, not only for the band program when I was the band director, but also for all of our fine arts while I've been the fine arts director for the past 4 years. And I wish you guys the best of luck in the future. I am going to be here to help you in any way I can. And I just want to say thank you to each of you. It's been a joy and an honor to be part of Weslaco ISD.
Yes, thank you.
Thank
Mr.
you.
Richard.
Thank you, Mr. Rivera. Any other questions?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Now we go to item 7, discussion on the 2021-2022 budget, Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, there's been a lot of work on, I guess, coming up with a balanced budget that we will present for your approval later on this summer. Mr. Sanchez has been working with lots of individuals on this and will be leading us through this presentation. Mr. Sanchez.
Yes. Mr. Cuellar, members of the board, Dr. Canales, we've been working on the budget, the staff of the business office, and with assistance from the technology department and human resources department. And we're working on presenting a balanced budget for the board to approve by the end of the month in August, so that we can be ready to start the new fiscal year, September 1. On the next slide that we have, I have information on ADA for the last 6 years. And I just want to touch base on the last two prior to this year that ended and the one from last year. The 1920, we had budgeted 17,254 ADA. That was the enrollment, 17,254. We budgeted 15,751 ADA. If we surpassed that, we got 15,891. And that was thanks to the SASTI program, the flexible school enrollment that we had that produced almost 800 ADA. For the 2021, we had enrollment of 16,616, and this is peak enrollment. And we budgeted 15,200 ADA. We only achieved, because of the pandemic, 14,986. And thanks to the Texas Education Agency that provided assistance to the whole harmless clauses, we were able to obtain 15,616. So through the help of TA, we passed our budget. Otherwise, we would have been short 200 from what we budgeted.
So the additional 400 students, how much more did it give us, the whole harmless?
About 3 million more.
Okay.
Yes. And they're going to take it away from ESSER too.
Yes, I
I'll
know.
cover that later.
Yep, that's
Yes,
true.
but that's basically what happens. And for next year, the 21-22, we are expecting 16,703 students enrolled, and we budgeted 15,200. We had less ADA this year for 2021, but we expect that with opening schools for students to come back, that we should have a lot more enrollment and a lot better average daily attendance. So we're going for 15,200. Hopefully it'll exceed, so we do better in the budget.
Dr. Canales, we had pre-enrollment registration? Or no?
Yes, we have it ongoing. It's still ongoing.
Online,
We're trying to
yes.
get every single student to register.
So what is the approximate right now that the number of students that have already done the online registration for next year?
We were short 5,000 last week. What was it as of this week?
Okay.
So we're still expecting, last week it was 5,000. We still need more if anybody's listening right now, we need you to enroll. Yeah,
Right.
to register.
Maybe it's Mr. Elag, and I've talked to him about it, but I'm still kind of gray in my brain about it. I know that a lot of pre-K 3 kids want to enroll, or parents want to enroll their pre-K 3. Obviously, we do it through our Head Start program. We cannot get these kids, our 3-year-olds, unless they qualify for Head Start. Are there any other ways other than through Head Start that we can get 3-year-olds into our pre-K schools? A full day program, even though I know it's a half day credit, but is there anything else we can look into to try to get more of these kids in?
It's going to have to be the district design. Moving forward with that and looking at staffing, if that's going to be something that we want to pursue. Now, again, the funding that we do receive is going to be for our 4-year-olds, and we only receive we have them for full day, but we receive half day funding. So again, that is something that we can do and we can look at, and we can give a projected cost, if that's something that the board would like us to look into, and what the cost would entail moving forward.
Are these early, I guess, foundation school programs part of ESSER grant to get these kids into school, or no?
As far as we're going to be promoting, again, working with Dr. Garcia, he works with enrollment and trying to bring forward with multiple staff members. But we are going to be pushing and continuing pushing that enrollment. I know the principals understand that they have to be pushing that enrollment because that's what drives their staffing. So we're going to continue working on that, and we're continuing to push because as we're looking at the staffing numbers on campuses, we want to make sure that that is sustainable moving forward with the staff that we have. And again, that's something that we have discussions with our principals on a periodic basis.
But it's I mean, she, at that point she brought up this, it's going to be a significant investment in the beginning to try to look at that and maybe implement that. But what's the return? We're already locking in kids that are going to feed into our pre-K 4 program and then and so on and up into the upper grade levels. So, and well, I guess I'll save my next question for another time. But that's something I think if we could get a report on that. As far as what's the cost, what are we looking at projections, and then if they do stay within the district, which likely they will, they'll feed in to the other upper grade levels. It may be worth taking on the additional financial risks.
Right, we can do that. We can do some research on it and do a cost benefit analysis and presented. I don't know. So
Dr.
Or like teachers on grants, on the ESSER grants, you know how we have the Gear Up or other different grants? Teachers with this ESSER grant that's specifically just for these next 3 years, work with those pre-K 3 kids as using the grant money to be able to get work on this retention, not retention loss because these kids haven't started, but just building up our school. Something to look into. If we can
Dr. Canales.
possibly hire teachers for that.
Has TA indicated any funds for, either pre-K 4 full-time or pre-K 3? Not recently, right?
not recently, so that I'm aware of, there was no new bills that were highlighted of now they're gonna do
Right.
this and this. But I think, we can have staff spend some time researching about what the possibilities may be and any special funding with it and requirements.
Okay.
Right now we've been receiving a lot of movement, and I have been discussing that with Mrs. Luna, our health principal, and we have a lot of movement right up through the Head Starts for the 3-year-old programs, 3-year-olds coming into the program.
Okay.
But that's the only option that we have right now through the Head Starts.
Right.
And have we seen the percentages as far as how many actually end up enrolling in what? Do we have that?
We do. We can get you that on the board update through all our centers and how many we do try to heavily recruit to try to get them back into Weslaco ISD. But definitely we'll put that up in the board update.
Because the district already makes a monetary contribution to the ELS program, correct?
Or you have parents like me who went and signed up my 3-year-old online, not knowing that,
Right.
I had to go through Head
Qualify.
Start. So that might be
To qualify.
yes, you might have numbers. I don't know if those numbers counted towards what's enrolled already or not, but some parents might think they can do that because it is on their ELF Academy as a register your child for the ELF Academy. Just go, okay, let me register my child for the ELF Academy.
Okay. Next slide, please. Okay, as part of the budget preparation that we have, we need to use the appropriate values as provided by the Hidalgo County Appraisal District. And right now, the appraisal district has been going through the values, attending to appeals, and they have until July 25th to provide the certified value that will need to be used to determine the tax rate. Last year, the values that were certified were $2,615,000,000. As of June 8, the values for the 21-22 year were $2,732,000,000. So there's an increase of about 4.48% right now. And we're waiting every week changes. Today, before 3 o'clock, there wasn't anything posted yet. So we'll be looking, and later on as we go. That affects the tax rate. That's the last bullet there. Those values affect how the tax rate. The values go up, the tax rate goes down. And last year there's a slide next to it that has information. But the more the values go up, the rate has to go down. So right now it's hard to tell you what the rate will be because we don't know what the values will be at the end. But we're working with them, and we'll keep you posted. The next workshop we'll have on July 6th. We hope to have better information related to the tax rate. Next slide. Now, here's what I was talking about. These are the tax rates that we have for the M&O and INS tax rate. Back in 2018-19, before House Bill 3 hit the school districts, our rate was $1.13, almost $1.14 on the M&O. With the implementation of House Bill 3, we had to go down to 1.04. And then for the 2021, we went down to 0.99, almost $1. So the rates have been going down. This is part of the way things were programmed. Because values are going up, we're going to help the taxpayers. There's several laws that were passed for that effect. So we expect the rate right now to be between 0.94, 0.95 on the M&O. But again, that is based on values that keep going up. So we don't have a set number to give you. INS, we plan to keep it at the same 2 pennies. And the final rate will be the sum of both, whatever we have for M&O plus the 2 pennies on INS.
Are we one of the lowest in the valley?
Yes, we're still the lowest. Okay. Next slide. For employee insurance benefits, as you all know, the district provides health, dental, and life insurance free to employees. We don't have any increase to employee contributions for their medical or dental insurance coverage. We will continue with the $25,000 life insurance benefit to all employees free of charge. And at this point, we don't have any anticipated increases to the district budget for those benefits. We're still waiting on the new proposal because of the insurance that we're expecting, the stop loss insurance. We haven't received the proposal, so once we get that, we'll let you know whether we need to increase it or not. So right now, we don't anticipate any increase. Next slide, please. This slide talks about salary reductions from the 2021 year going forward to the 21-22 and savings of the budget for salaries or wages. We have four sections here. One of them is because of a low enrollment in schools. For example, Horton, we have 4 teachers that will be, if everything goes, continues like that, will be reclassified to or reassigned to other schools. So they will be taking vacancies created at other schools by teachers that retire or resign. So there will be a savings in the budget for those teachers. On section B, there are 56 teachers who retire or resign in the 2021 year. Some of those teachers had already reached 70,000 or beyond on the pay. They will be replaced with teachers with about 7 years experience, making about $55,000 just on the gross wages. And that will create a savings to the district as well. The range that is around 700,000, could be higher, could be lower, depending on the years of experience the teachers we hire have. On letter C, there are 60 auxiliary or paraprofessional staff that retire or resign again. For 2021, that one we anticipate about $2,000 savings between the salaries of the one we hire new or with less experience than the one that retired with a lot more experience. That's projected to be $120,000. And in the administrators, there's one district administrator vacancy that will be filled out with a current member of the staff. And we will not replace, right now, the assistant athletic director. So those two items will produce about 180. And the item on Horton at the top, about 300,000 in savings. So that's about 1.3 million amount. That's an estimate of savings that we will have in the actual salaries of the people, staff that get hired will determine the actual savings we'll have. But that's a projection of how it looks for the following year. Next slide, please. Long range facility master plan. You all remember the board had approved before to have a master plan created for the district with our facilities. So we had a better idea of what our facility needs. We know we have them, but we didn't have a plan in place, written plan. So after everything was done, we have it. We need to come back to the board with that. But one of the components of that plan is the assessment of the existing physical conditions and needs of campuses district-wide. The second component is the educational adequacy for all schools. 2 items that we have that I believe I included in the plan as well is the central gym, the old gym at Central Middle School. You remember some time ago we were looking at thinking, what do we do with this one? In fact, when we built the new one, the board was considering at the time that we demolish the existing gym, build a new one there. But there was opposition from the community, so it was left alone and we built across the street. But now with the heavy rain that we had, part of the roof fell. So now water getting inside is getting damaged more. So we need to decide on what we're going to do with it. Also, the old Horton building, it's a building that you know that was built in the 1950s. And it's raised floor with structural concerns and it needs a lot of work. So we need to decide what we're going to do. So something that we'd like for the board to consider soon in the concerning facilities. We're looking at having a workshop with DRO, again, hopefully in the next couple of months, to go over the long-range facility master plan so the board can be more informed of what we have in the plan. Because I don't think we had a formal discussion on it with the board. Okay, next slide, please. For the budget, for the 21-22 budget, there are facility needs that are not included in the budget. For one, roofs, replacement of roofs are not included. We have some pages with details following this. We don't have any money for roofs or for any other projects on facilities. We would like for the board to consider approving a maintenance tax note, which is a loan, a 20-year loan that could provide funding to address the needs of the district. There are some schools that have a lot of, that really desperate that we need to fix, but we don't have the money for them unless we take it from fund balance. But so we'd like to have a workshop where the financial advisor can come and explain to the board, so the board, new board members especially, can get familiar with what that is, how it works, and provide information on it so that hopefully the board can approve it soon. We'd like to have a workshop the next week or in July, when we come back from vacation, the break, to address that. We have HVAC projects that we need, and we'd like to have those funded through the RC3 grant. So those will have to be submitted to TA for pre-approval. And if they help us with that, we don't have to worry about getting money for those or take money from fund balance. We'll get it from the grant. Yes, sir.
On the, in 2017, they tried to pass a bond to do construction projects and it was, they didn't vote for it. The community didn't vote for it. So if I recall correctly, back then, the board decided to take a maintenance tax note alone, and then they also utilized money from the general fund for projects. Can we add that to the presentation for the workshop, so we can see, and the public can see, this is where initially the original maintenance tax note went to, and also where the general funds were spent?
Yes, let me jump real quick here. Can you please go to page 34? No, 33.
I don't have that presentation.
33, yes. Yeah, this is a slide that has, no, the one before 32. Well, 32. I have a presentation that I printed before we make some changes. The 32. So these are the 4 current slides that we have right now, 4 current maintenance tax notes. One for 2014 was for 12.7 million. This was done for energy conservation project. We did major work at the Weslaco High School. We did our controls, HVAC unit was a big major overhaul of the HVAC system there. And we also have HVAC systems installed and controlled at several other schools. We did not do all the schools. That is why we need project now that we want to fund through ESSER. But we did a lot of work already. And that was 12.7 million in 2014. Then in 2017, we did the other note that you were mentioning a while ago. We borrowed 15,020,000, but when we sold the note, thanks with the assistance of the underwriter that helped us sell it, we were able to obtain 17 million, 2 million more that we borrowed. We got an extra 2 million as a premium. And with that, we done a lot of HVAC projects. We done electrical work at Margo. We did work at Silva Gonzalez and Calvillo K. Central Middle Schools, a couple of projects there, Weslaco East High School. We're doing 2 projects there right now at the gyms. We did the roofing for airport in Coyer and Garza Middle Schools. We did the gyms and band halls. Weslaco High School, we did the old band hall. We did fencing district-wide, fire alarm at the high school and central office. We purchased Chromebooks for students. We did a renovation of the athletic facilities at Weslaco High School, Weslaco East High School. We replaced the turf at East High School. We bought school buses. We replaced the tennis courts at Weslaco High School, and we installed tennis courts at Weslaco East. And there's a couple of items that are missing, but we did a lot of projects with this maintenance tax note. Then after that, in 2018, we borrowed 5 million. That's what we used it to buy buses. As you know, with the 2018 flood, we lost our buses. We bought 63 new buses. Some of the money we got it from extra revenues in the budget, and the remaining from a $5 million note that we got.
What about the insurance? So the insurance.
We got money. Yes, we got money.
To replace buses though in particular?
For mostly the new ones, the last 10 buses that we had ordered. For the other buses that are older, we don't have much money. We didn't get much money for them. But we did get money. Yes, we did. But we borrowed them. The insurance, we didn't get it till much later. We borrowed the money to replace money that we use for the buses.
And
at the time, we came to the board with get money from fund balance to buy them.
Right.
And then the note helped us to replace the money in the fund balance.
Correct. That's what I was going to ask.
Oh, okay. And then in the 2019, this note here is to refinance the loan that we had on the scoreboard. The new scoreboard that we had gotten what do you call it? A lease from a company, a finance company. But the interest rate was higher, and they only gave us 84 months for the funding. So we extended it to get a lower payment per year, so that we can pay it from advertising the scoreboard. That's what we used to pay for the loan. So we refinanced it. So that is the last one.
Does that generate fund to pay
Yes.
itself?
Yeah, we almost get most of the money we need to pay it every year. The following page here shows six other maintenance tax loans that we have done in the past. In 2001, 2, 4, 6, 8, and 2009. All those notes, you have the amount 1.4 million for HVAC equipment, 3.7 million for furniture and equipment, athletic equipment, library books, computers and software, 270,000 for the first scoreboard that we had in the district, 2004, 2006, $1 million for furniture buses, cameras for buses, band instruments, that's a small amount on instruments, furniture. 2008, $4.8 million, that was for replacement of the Weslaco Stadium seating, the stadium press box, part of that, and also science equipment, because we had a science wing that were added to several schools, and we bought equipment with that loan. And then in 2009, it was almost $2 million, 1.9. We did the replacement tracks for the high school fields, the press box equipment at Weslaco Stadium, new gym floor, and vehicles for district warehouse. So all those loans that we borrowed have been paid, and they all came from the local budget, the maintenance and operation. We did not have to borrow money from the taxpayers for that. But when the bonds, we had to borrow, ask the taxpayers to vote on it, and we charge them a tax for it. This one's all maintenance and operations. So from the budget that we have in the district, we set the money aside and we make the payments from there. So we like to have something like this for the new roofing project that we have. Okay.
Here's my concern. My concern is when we drive around schools, you drive around, you see, we got, and I'm getting complaints, we got some big old potholes going into schools. You know how embarrassing that is to go drive into some of your bigger schools and you know, here, I mean, it seems like we're falling apart. We got all this HVAC, roofing, and one thing we haven't addressed is all the parking lots. Not all the parking lots per se, but your main entry areas in some of these schools are terrible.
Yeah,
are we? And I guess a medical or I don't. Are we like on a growth plan, overall maintenance growth plan? Because it just seems like we're right now, you know, with this ESSER funds and some of these other loans, talking about loans now, that we're trying to take advantage of funds that we don't have. And now, hey, let's take care of this all at once instead of having some type of growth plan throughout the laid out throughout some years.
Mr. Trevino, we have been addressing the parking lots through a partnership with the city of Weslaco. We've done Memorial, Big Arsa. We've done the high school drive, East High School as well. So we have been working with them. They've been working with us.
One of those schools I'm talking about is East High School. East High School's got some big old potholes there that, I mean, I got to drive through, or, you know, when people drive through, pretty soon we're going to start having complaints because it's damaging the cars.
Yeah, and part of the problem there at East High School is when we do get a lot of rain, we get a lot of flooding, we get overflow of those detention ponds that we have in the area. And that's caused also because of the issue that we have with the subdivision to the south of the campus. So once we have the city of Weslaco complete their project over south of that, closer to 18th Street, there's a large detention ponds being built out there. And we're gonna be able to address that where we get that subdivision to the south of East High School disconnected from our swales, and that's gonna alleviate a lot of that flooding and overflow onto the drives and the streets. When we do get a lot of rain, in some instances not that much or that long of a period, but a lot of rain that falls, we do get a lot of flooding in that area there, and that's part of the problem. So once that gets, which is ongoing, once that gets addressed, we'll be able to address that and then come back and more permanently address the drive and the issues that we have.
Is the city then, are they, do they hold some responsibility in that as well?
Well, it's hard to say, but I know that we are connected. It's hard to say at what point or how that happened.
No, what I'm talking about is inside the fence limits, inside, once you're driving into these respective schools, that's where some of these potholes is. So the city wouldn't be responsible.
Well, no, I understand, but what it is that we're connected to the subdivision on the south side of East High School. The subdivision is draining into our soils. So everything that falls on that subdivision to the south comes over to East High School instead of flowing out somewhere else. So our detention ponds get overfilled.
So knowing all of that, why would we not be on a more consistent, more proactive approach as far as addressing? Why do we have to wait till we got some giant potholes to address anything?
Well, and at the time
we have a problem.
Right, and at the time that we addressed the drive only on the airport entrance side, and so you're bringing it to our attention, and certainly we have to address whatever else is is getting
But
damaged.
to me, it's not just that campus. There's other campuses around. So is anybody else driving around monitoring this?
Yes.
Or is it up to the respective administrators at their campuses to bring it up, or?
No, well,
I guess my question is, do we have a proactive plan in place to
We do.
address these things?
We do, and on a temporary basis, we do have a crew with our maintenance department that goes out there every time and after a rain to address these issues as well, because that's when we mainly get these problems to arise, and they just come, to the forefront. And so we address them temporarily, and then we identify, and we do have a list of campuses where we've already identified and prioritized to get that done. And so what we've done is we contact the city of Weslaco, and they put us on their schedule. They also have their needs as well. And we utilize their equipment. They bring in material, and we pay for the material. But they help us with the labor and the equipment to resurface the parking lots. So like I said, we've done several campuses already and several drives, and we will continue to make contact with City of Weslaco for that assistance.
To me, that's a main necessity. I know, obviously, Route 2, you don't want water damage, but
right,
driving is a main necessity to get to these places, and it's hard to get to these places when you have these big potholes.
Absolutely. But again, we do have a priority list that we've been working off of, and we'll continue to look at that and contact the City of Weslaco for additional assistance.
Mostly those in the main entrance, or it's?
Mostly in the main entrance.
And a lot of times more contractors are recommending that they put cement in that area. I think that's what they did at the Weslaco High School in the bus area, because the buses travel through. And I think at the Roosevelt at one time, they had that area that was all cement. That avoids the potholes, because of the asphalt.
Yeah, so we do have the higher stress areas where the buses turn. We make a turn, for example, at Margot, where we've had to use cement instead of actual asphalt.
Correct.
To make sure that it's longer lasting, because otherwise that will take its toll on the asphalt and damage it a lot faster as well.
Right.
Medico, do you know which projects are in line, or what's next through the city?
Off the top of my head, I can tell you we've identified. I know we did the teachers parking lot last, I believe, B. Garza. We've identified also Silva and Gonzalez that are coming up. Some areas in Margot that we will address in-house as well. But I can get you that on the update, a better idea on all the campuses that we have.
I had a question, sir. Do you think we could get a list of the most critical, especially like roofs? Roofs are critical because if you don't fix leaks, well, you're gonna have additional issues later on with the structure. But could you get us a list of like the most critical, projects that you think we need to handle, and that we can get a total of what those cost? And then my second question is, I know I've only been here a few months, but I know I started following along even since before. There's been a lot of construction going on, and even you can see in the graphs of the money that we've been using in construction. Is it because everything's being done at the same time, so that like right now we're doing all these roof projects, 10 years down the line we're going to have another bundle? And I just want trying to figure out, because we do a lot of construction in this school district, and so my question is it because of the timing, because everything's being done all at once, all the roofs are being done all at once, so that we can now project that cost later on, years down the line, with the life expectancy of the roof, or what? I get a lot of questions from the community. They say it's nonstop construction in Weslaco ISD, so what's and why is that?
Well, Mr. Los Santos, to answer your first question, we do have a priority list, and I believe Mr. Sanchez had some slides. I'm not sure if you had them. Did you have them? Yeah, so he's got some slides on there as well. We can provide that as well in the update, but it is already prioritized. But as far as the roofing, unfortunately, we got caught where, we might have waited a little too long to try to get them. So then they got, backed up on us.
Right.
But as far as air conditioning, we try to identify, what it is that's coming up. And if it's, the entire campus where all the units have lasted, that long, the life of the equipment, then we identify it. And so it's a matter of doing, it's like an annual cycle of trying to identify, if it's one campus, maybe two campuses, that we can wait an extra year, then we wait an extra year for the other campus and so forth. But on the roofing, yeah, we do have a priority list already, and we can provide that also in the update. But I know Mr. Sanchez has the slides here as well.
Oh, thank you, sir.
So we have, if I may just bring them up, I know you have them What slide is this?
Will you move it up, Carlos?
Slide 30 or what is it?
29, I think.
29. So that's,
Yeah, that one.
yeah, that's an order of priority that that we listed them out, and that's an estimate. And it's a high estimate that we are using because, and we did poll architects and contractors, and we're using it because of the materials, the cost of materials and suppliers. The demand is high and the supply is low right now. So the cost is really, really high. And so $17 a square foot is on the high end of this. And we got Kleckler, Rico, Central Office Administration, this building that is really in need of re-roofing as well. Big Arsa, we got some campuses or buildings rather at Central Middle School. Margo Elementary, we've got the center section of Margo Elementary. It needs to be redone. When we did Margo Elementary several years ago, we only did the classrooms, but we didn't address the center section of the campus. Mary Hall Middle School, that would be the entire campus, and it's all metal roof. We got quite a bit of leaking as well over there. The high school campus, the main building, the main campus building, it also needs to be addressed. And then we got Horton AEP. And again, Mr. Sanchez already mentioned that old building we have out there is not being utilized, and it's in critical need as well, getting addressed. Can you go to the next slide?
If we're like Horton, we got them in there right now, and if we're looking to possibly minimize the usage there at that campus, why are we looking to invest money back into it? Or I'm going to tell you, by the midway through the year, or if that, we're going to end up having kids or needing the place to be running there at Horton, if we want to be productive and provide additional schooling for these kids that are obviously getting in trouble. We're going to need Horton.
Right. And Mr. Torrio, there's several buildings that make up the campus. So we're only looking at having a plan for one of the buildings, which is the oldest building, which is not being utilized right now. So it's safe to say that it's condemned. It's unsafe to get in there because we don't know the structure on the roof and what condition it's at. It's a very poor condition. We know that.
So the 34,000 square feet here is for what part of Horton then?
That would be the rest of the buildings, which is the old cafeteria building is being utilized for assemblies and meetings and so forth, and offices. The library, what used to be the library, we have classrooms in there. And then there's 2 classroom wings over on the south side of the campus, and another small building over to the west side of the campus, which has been used as a security office, has been used as a lounge as well. And so those other buildings are the ones that need to be addressed. Yeah, and so the entire list is there, trying to address all the needs that we have for roofing. Okay.
Oh, thank you, sir. Very good information.
Thank you, man.
Okay, so Mr. Garza said these are the roofing project that we have. Also, Gateway, Stephen F. Austin Complex, Coya Middle School. They also have the all library services building, the Roosevelt Complex, energy management offices there, and portable. Next slide. Also, Weslaco High School, the science building, Ibarra Elementary School, the entire building. We're pending an assessment on that one. Weslaco High School as well, the original building. We need an assessment of it. Plus a couple other buildings that we have. We just put other buildings. We were not sure if we put on about $2 million estimate for the other buildings. We were using these as calculations and preparation for how much we would need for a loan. And thus we just left it as other buildings. But these are the buildings that need roofing, and they're in priority order. Okay. That it? Any other comments on the roofs? Questions? Next slide, please. Okay, so we'll skip these 2. Yeah, these are the main instructions that I mentioned earlier. Okay, here, thank you. These slides describe the debt service fund. This is the interest and sinking fund that we use to pay for bonds that the district has. The fund balance estimated at the end of the year is $533,000, and we're looking at transferring from the surplus funds of the local maintenance fund, $2 million, which we do every year for payment of bonds, to have a $2.5 million budget available to pay bonds. With the revenues for next year, $550,000 of taxes and $178 in IFA revenue that we expect to have, we're going to have a total of $478. We're looking at $3.5 million of funds available to pay debt. We're going to pay on the bonds $3,143,000. And the reason we have this amount is we're going to a 10-year month. I forgot to mention at the beginning. We discussed it last time. There's a payment of bond that is made in August of interest. It's about $800,000. It won't be paid until the following fiscal year. So for next year, we're going to cut off in June. So we're going to save some money on payment of the debt, but we'll be paying it in the following year. So at the end of the year, we're looking at having $421,000 in the budget for INS fund. Any questions on that?
So your INS fund brings in $2 million? It gets put into the general fund?
No. It's what we bring in is about $1 million that we collect between taxes and INS. Yes, there's $532 that we'll have at the end of the year after we pay the bonds. Then we transfer $2 million from the local maintenance fund balance into it, so that will be 2.5. And then the revenues for next year will generate a total of 3.5 million available to pay the bonds. So we need to pay 3,000,001. So we'll have about 400,000 left at the end of the year, ending on June 30 next year.
Yeah, because your INS is to pay off your debt.
Yeah, the bonds, yes.
Right, but that's generating only $1 million right now.
Yes, but we only put in 2 pennies. Any other questions in this one? No? Okay. Next slide, please. The next 2 slides, it's a history of pay raises that we have done in the district for the last 10 years. You'll see this begins with 2010, 2011 year, all the way to 1920. And for teachers, for example, in 2010, 2011, we paid $1,200 as a pay raise for teachers. That included nurses and librarians with some adjustment there. For professional staff, it was 4% to midpoint. Paraprofessionals and instructional assistants, 4% for midpoint, and so did everybody else. Manual trades, technical trades, and bus drivers. And for the 11-12 year, we have the list here. 1,000 for teachers, 3% everybody else. 12-13, 1,000 for teachers, 3% for professionals, 5% for everybody else. Paraprofessionals, manual trades, bus drivers. 13-14 was 1,600 for teachers, 3% of midpoint for professionals, and 5% of midpoint for everybody else. 14-15, the rate was $1,600, basically the same as the prior year, and 5% for everybody else. On the next slide, we have the 15-16 year. The raises were down to $1,000 for teachers, 2% of midpoint for professionals, and 3% for all the other staff. 16-17 was $1,000 for teachers, 2% for professionals, for midpoint, and 4% for everybody else, which is paraprofessionals, instructional aides, manual trades, and bus drivers. And the 17-18, we had $1,200 for teachers, 2% for professionals, and 5% for everybody else. And the 18-19 year, this is the year where we only have $700 across the board for a pay raise. On the 19-20, that's when the House Bill 3 kicked in. So the pay raises went up for teachers, which included counselors, nurses, and librarians, was from $3,400 to $4,000, depending on the number of years of experience they had. Professionals received 5% for midpoint, and paraprofessional staff, instructional assistants, manual trades, technical trades, and bus drivers got 7% of the midpoint. That is the last 10 years of pay raises for information purposes. The next slide shows the effect of pay raises over the last 10 years on one professional employee who selected a director. And as you can see, for the 2010-2011, the actual raise at the percentage that I mentioned before was $3,152. The salary changed to $77,699. For the following year, there was a raise of $2,388 with the percentage from midpoint that the person received. the salary went up to 80,087. And then there was a raise of 2,435. Then the salary went up to 82,523. And on and on and on. It went like that. It's as you see, the district has had good pay raises over the years, and those add to the salary or the wages of employees, and they went up. So at the end for 1920, which that's when we had the largest raise, so $5,066 of the pay raise, the salary went up to 99,509. The year before was only 750. The year before 1718 was 1900, and prior 2 years also 1900, and so 99,500. The next slide.
Oh, hold on.
Go ahead. Sorry.
Can you go back to that other slide, the one you were just talking
The
about?
professional?
There, but can I have, Carlos, can you, or somebody come up here? This thing keeps popping up here and that doesn't allow me to see the whole screen.
Monday.
Was it a one-time stipend for 3,000 or it was a pay raise of 3,000? So, okay, so then their salary is going to stay up at that rate?
They stay like that.
Mhm.
The following year, we did not have a pay rate. We already had the salary or the wages high, so they remain the same.
Okay. Okay, I was thinking it was maybe a one-time stipend, but no, it was a pay raise.
Yeah, but without,
It remains the same.
sir, I had a question without, not, you know, I was kind of getting there, but you broke the ice. With House Bill 3, I know you've mentioned that quite a bit. You had the option on what to select as far as the raises you wanted to offer. That was up to the district. But also with House Bill 3, there was another factor. Isn't it with House Bill 3 that where you also had to expect lower local revenue because the taxes had to go down, your property tax values that the school districts put on the community had to lower. Part of House Bill 3 was that where you in the future, you're going to expect lower income because the tax rate was going to drop by a certain
The
percentage.
taxes, and they
Right.
include the state money to make up for the taxes.
Okay, so there was a balance there.
Yes, yeah, no, that was part of House Bill 3. There was, I believe it was Senate Bill 2
Okay,
that had to do with the taxpayer advocacy or something like that.
right.
To help the taxpayer, we're gonna lower the tax rates.
Mhm.
The property values keep going up and up and up. We're gonna compress the taxes, which is what TA did.
Right.
And right now, we're at, if the value go up over 2.5% of the increase, we have to do a certain reduction as well.
Right.
So we collect less for tax revenues, but the state is gonna help us with the House Bill 3 additional funds. One of the things the legislature did, just recent 87 legislature, was to approve all in the budget, the House Bill 3 commitments that we'll keep getting the same amount. So we keep paying because like society said, the pay raises that we got high, we keep it the same pay rate, so they're giving us the money so we can keep with that.
Right.
And yes, you mentioned the money we were required to pay as pay raises. We paid, for example, the paraprofessional staff, maintenance trade that we pay 7%.
Right.
The money that we were required to pay was 4%. The additional 3% came from local funds. So yeah, we continue that.
So I guess my concern, and I wish I had the screen here, but let me see if I can explain myself, is you're down on 2019, 2020, you're giving an example down there at the bottom
Yes,
where 94,000 jumps to 99,000.
yes.
Who, is that your 7%?
No, that's a 5%. On the next slide, I have the 7%.
Administrators.
Yeah, that's one administrator, yes.
Professional.
Yes.
Yeah.
Does that include benefits?
No, this is just
Just
the
the salary,
wages,
the salary.
the salary. Right.
Okay.
Yeah, so I was gonna go to the next page is paraprofessional. But I'll wait till.
So okay, I just wanted to make sure.
You remember the board approved 5%, and I mentioned it before for professional?
So then what happened here? I see 2019, 2020, 2020, 2021, or
Yeah, that one I didn't put it in because there was no pay raise.
there wasn't a pay raise.
It was just the incentive pay that we
That
got.
was a stipend.
That was a
Right.
stipend.
Yeah, incentive payment that we did one
So then
time.
in 2018, 2019, it was just an incentive too. It was just a stipend.
No, it's always been, this one was a pay raise. All these are pay raises. Pay raise, yes.
But a $750 pay raise was what everybody got across the
Yes,
board on that
very
one.
little, yeah.
Locked in.
It was very little. That's when we came to the next one, where the state says, you gotta pay all this money to everybody except administrators. And then so we're gonna provide local funds to kind of make up for the prior year. So we're able to get the funds from the state.
Now, why did we jump from on the paraprofessionals and everyone else? You guys were, it was going 5%, 5%, 5%, and then we went 7%. What was the reason behind that?
Oh, that's the ones, what I was saying, with the money that the state provided, they provided us money for 4%. So we added 3% from local funds.
Okay.
The 3% was like to help because the prior year we paid very little.
Correct.
The $700.
To make
Because
us,
we
They wanted to make up some of it,
We
yes.
gave teachers such a high raise.
Yes,
So
well, yeah.
we felt that the paraprofessionals and support staff needed to get a little bit more than the 5% that we normally offer, just for that year.
And they also got a portion from local funds, teachers.
Right.
Here's why I'm asking, because I think people, staff, would rather it be consistent or, back like your 2016, 2018 year, those 2 years, it was 2% for, they would rather receive something than not receive anything at all. And it be consistent instead of, hey, well, we can't do it this year. And then let's be real high this year, but we can't give you a raise next year.
I understand. Yeah.
I mean,
Very important for budgeting purposes. We have bills to pay.
And I agree with
Those
that.
will change.
But if you look at any staff member, whether it's 5 years, 10 years, 15 years, if you compare the salary with other school districts, we're still ahead, even though we gave that particular salary increase because of the funds. Whereas 1920, we had the additional funds that we could give up to $4,000, So we kind of made up for the year before that we only gave $750, I think.
Yes, but
yeah, the year before was 750 flat
the
across locked
community
in.
doesn't see it that way.
And then the next
No,
year
no,
was
I understand.
Perception, I mean.
Right.
And that kind of leads me to that question I was going to ask. Do you have a 21-22
Proposal?
coming up? Okay.
I said I would try to have something in.
I know I asked you in the last meeting, but you said to wait for this.
And that's right. Yeah, no, but I wanted to give you some history.
You know what? And,
No,
and,
definitely.
and Mr. Trevino has a good point. But sometimes in certain given years, we can give, I wish we could be consistent, like 1,500 every year, consistently. But, sometimes it's difficult depending what TA provides for us, the amount of money they provide. It's like the needs assessments for facilities. Had we passed that bond issue back then, for whatever reasons it didn't pass, we would have had that money for the facilities that we saw right now, that roofing and all that. We would have had that
More
money.
than I'm on the roof, yes.
But, now we have to, okay, where are we going to get that money? So
Can I go to the next slide, please?
go ahead. Let's see
Yeah.
where you're next.
The next slide talks about the effect of the pay raises on paraprofessional. It's one paraprofessional, same thing. With the $2,000 pay raise on the 2010-11 year, the wages went up to $56,600. The next year was $1,600, the pay raise went up to $58. Then another $1,600 went up to $50, almost $60. Then it was $4,000. And these are all based on the increases that we have on the percentage that increases from midpoint. Depending on what that individual is, that's the amount that they get. So that went up to 63.8. Then the next year was almost 3,000, went up to 66.7. 15-16 was $1,800 the pay raise. It went up to 68.5. Then no raise the next year for this person. Went up to 68,590, remained the same. 17-18, they received 1,500. The salary went up to 70,000. The next year, 750, went up to 70,840, only 750 increase. The following year, with the increase of the 7%, went up to 2,713, the pay raise. So the salary or the wages went up to 72,500. Yeah, so that the raises that we have, and we selected two individuals.
So
This is how the pay raises ended up. And everybody went the same way.
Yeah, so in 13, 14, whatever the percent raise was, for this particular individual, they got 3,900 increase. I guess back in 13, 14, there where you have it.
Yes, sir. Uh-huh.
This is a paraprofessional
A paraprofessional.
scale?
A paraprofessional.
Yes.
You see the pay raises that we have, the percentages that the board approved in the past.
Right.
And everybody gets paid on, except for teachers on the midpoint.
Right, correct.
And so that depending on where they are, that's the pay raise they get. And
And
sometimes
we
the
have-
pay raise is higher than what they actually make. Sometimes it's less.
We
depending
have
on
a
where they
lot
fall.
of teachers and a lot of employees that have been with the district for a long time. That's why that midpoint is up there so high. That's.
Why is it that we go by teachers? They get a certain amount, not based on their midpoint. Why does everybody else get a percentage on the midpoint and not just an amount? Who said we have to do it like this?
No, well, we've done it like that. And if you, for example, take a teacher that makes 50,000, the 2% from midpoint is 1,200. That's what they get with the program.
I know, but this,
And that's all the same. And they can be
Yeah.
done by percentage too. But that's how we do it.
this creates a big problem because we have paraprofessionals making 73,554. We don't have teachers making that much.
I don't even think teachers can max out.
Well,
We max out at
with all due respect, we do have some teachers that make that money, and this is somebody who has a lot of use of experience.
Right.
We have teachers
Yes,
that make this
I
because they have use of
understand.
experience, and so they.
I understand it, but it's just, we're putting it out here.
Yes.
You got 73, go ahead and go back to your, well, see, it's not gonna be comparing app, or it's not gonna be comparing a teacher salary because you have administrators in that category, right?
Right.
So it's not a teacher, but I'd like to see a teacher at 30 years, when they retire, I don't think they're making that much.
Yeah. And I think, Mr.
Yes.
Sanchez, did you pull employees? Are these employees on 226, 220, 230? Because then you pay more days too. Were these 230 employees? Or 260? Because we have employees working some 260 for the two examples.
That's probably,
Well,
26 or
you're
230.
saying this is a paraprofessional that already has
Right.
a large number of years.
Yeah, oh yes.
Just so that way people that are watching
That's
this
why
understand.
the wages that they make are high because they've been here for a long time.
Right.
And the district has always paid well. We have always got, that's why we have employee retention.
And
A lot of
this-
employee leave till like 30 years plus,
Right.
a lot of time.
These two sample are probably 226 or 230.
Right.
They work the whole
That's want to
year.
make that clear for people that are watching and seeing this.
Right. Right.
Right.
That this is an individual that's been within the district for quite a considerable amount of time.
Yes, that is the case.
So what I'm thinking about, you said we've always done like this, just percentage of the midpoint or a certain amount. How many years, let's say, go back, as long as you've been here, has it always been like this, where they just go by the midpoint and
Pretty
add the
much,
percent,
it's always been like
which
that.
would be how many
Most-
years?
Most districts do it like that, not all. Some districts do it as a percentage also.
Well,
Especially
this
the
is-
18, but they're trying to give same amount for
Yeah.
everybody. It's a 3% across the board.
Okay,
Every teacher. But most of the time, the teachers get a certain amount.
okay.
That's what they do.
I think it's been for the last, I would say probably 20 years.
Yeah.
They go from
And
the
we'll provide more
midpoint. I don't know
information
how,
on the update.
she mentioned, I don't know how Mercedes does it.
Well, the thing is like paraprofessionals, and I'm pretty sure we probably have some in the district, because I know I've talked to them in the past about this, but I was waiting for another meeting to discuss it. But I mean, you have some people that start at $12 an hour, right? And then they work and they put in their years and their time. I don't know if they ever see figures like this, even though they've been in the district for so long compared to other paraprofessionals that maybe might be seeing this. That's why I'm saying, is it all paraprofessionals are falling into this category? Or is it,
No,
is
and
it depending on where they started when they were hired and then and also like you said, the contract days, those type of things?
And the percent increase per year. The percentage increase per year should be the same for the job categories as he noted, you
Right.
know? So if the year is, let me go with the years. So if the year is, for the years. If the year is 2016 and it's whatever 5% of the midpoint, it should apply to everybody across the board to that category, the paraprofessionals.
Okay.
And then, yeah, of the midpoint. And then there's some employees that work, 230 days, some were 226, some were 213, some were 260.
Additional dates.
To me, these numbers are alarming just because I was a teacher and in order for you to make this type of money, you gotta do stipends, extracurricular. I mean, you have to be involved and do 2 or 3 additional duties to even get to these amounts.
I can tell you this, I have a salary wages reports, and a teacher making this much would have to be there for like, not even, some teachers are there for 30 years and not even making this amount, 20. It's a big difference for the teachers, the way.
And even for paraprofessionals, to make sure
And
that they all
paraprofessionals,
have the
right.
same equal opportunity.
On
And-
paraprofessional section, there's about, I believe, 10 or 12 different levels. 201, 210, 212. In each one, depending on responsibilities, it's a higher level of what they do.
Yeah,
And each
I
one
get
has
it.
higher amount. So I was talking about the midpoint of where they fall. Some might be 30 to 40, 42 to whatever, and the amounts are different. That's why some people have higher raises than the other one, because the responsibility they have, the duty they have are higher than the others. That's how the pay varies. And there's different scales. And that is the compensation plan.
This to me would be kind of discouraging, saying, well, I don't want to be a teacher, I want to be a professional instead. They're going to get paid better at the end. It's just, we need to encourage, and the morale has to be there where we value our professionals and also our paraprofessionals, but it just isn't, there seems something off.
Dr. Canales, I know I've been asking already a few times, compensation plan. When is that going to be? Not last year's? I know this year's, we've already talked about this year's that's coming up, 21, 22, but last year's compensation plan, is that going to be available? Like at least by request or online or?
I mean, we can put it online. I believe that I put something, I sent something out, to request information. It's just a matter of us finding where to put it and put it online.
Okay.
I
know because in other districts, they have it under the HR department and they have it listed there for people to the pay scales, the stipends, all that is usually available in public. And that's why, I know you're working hard and I've seen theirs too. So I was just curious as to when.
They usually put it in the HR, you mentioned it before, they usually put it in the HR department. You're saying the other districts.
Okay.
This is something definitely that we need to look into, because I got an example here of somebody working in the district as a paraprofessional, 27 years in the district on a 203 contract or whatever it may be, and making $31,000. So $31,000, 31 years does not add up to seven. That's all. This is a double the amount. So are there discrepancies? Are we paying other individuals more money than other individuals doing the same job? And I understand what you're saying. I mean, some people may have more duties and more responsibilities, but all that doesn't add up to this right here.
I don't know what that employee is, but another thing that we have are the number of days that we work. From all that maintenance employees, they work 260 days, most of the time. All year, basically. They have the 2-week vacation, 2 weeks of holidays, but they're working all the time, 240. We work 230. Some start 226 and start going down. Food service employees and transportation, they only work in the school. There's no school, they don't work unless there's additional work that we provide for them. So their pay is also lesser because they work less days. Teachers are in that category. They work 187 days. The days for staff development, and we give them additional days that they work. All the staff that work 200, at the schools, for example, 220, 213, whatever days we have. So the longer schedule earns more money. Also.
I just want to make sure we're consistent.
No, I understand.
Why
I'm trying to explain also why some of the differences that we have.
And I know maybe we can discuss it later, maybe a workshop, because I know we've been discussing for quite some time discrepancies as far as the positions, salaries, and whatnot amongst even similar positions. Well, maybe we could do a workshop on that. That way it kind of clears the air and it's transparent to everyone.
In preparation for the new compensation,
which we're going to bring to you, in 2 months. We're going to bring the new compensation plan in 2 months.
Okay, next slide, please. Okay, Mr. De Los Santos, this is your slide.
No.
Yeah, this is a possible pay raises that we're looking at for the district. We're still looking at, we mentioned earlier, we have vacancies that we need to fill, and the enrollment as we come up, getting closer to the beginning of the year, they need to fill up most vacancies or less vacancies, that will affect the money available. But we'll have to consider for teachers, nurses, and librarians, a pay raise between $1,200 to $1,500, a range like that. For professional staff, we have it's a 2.74% pay raise. Part of what we'll have to do with the 238 staff is change the work schedule to 226 days. But not working 4 days, keeping the same pay, that represents 1.74% pay raise. So that plus 1% of actual cash, that would be a 2.74. For staff that do not have a 230-day contract, they will get a 2.74% pay raise. For paraprofessional staff that work 230 days, like most of the staff in this building and my building, they will go from 230 to 26. That would also be a 1.74% increase by the reduction in days, plus a 2% pay raise for them in cash. Paraprofessional staff that do not have 230 days, and manual trades, custodial, energy management, food service, maintenance, safety and security, transportation, they will get a 3.74% pay rate straight. Only 230 days staff will have a reduction in days plus 1%. These are the pay raises we'd like to consider, and as we continue with the budget, we're going to keep this in mind to hopefully provide the teachers and librarians and nurses the $1,500 pay raise. This is what we have prepared for right now. Any questions on that?
And I don't think we've heard what the other school districts are.
I have one next
Oh, you
slide.
do? Okay. Because I know McAllen has a $1,400 raise and 2.5% for paraprofessionals and support staff.
Was that McAllen ISD?
What was that one?
1,400 and something raise?
1410. Yeah, it's right here in the next
Oh, it's
slide.
there? Okay.
See, Weslaco has the raises that I just described.
Okay.
Plus on the bottom, I mentioned the SR3 grant, retention stipend.
Correct.
McAllen approved 1,410 for
Correct.
teachers. See, only 1,400 for teachers.
Right.
2.5% for professionals, and everybody else the same. Paraprofessionals, manual trades, technical trades, 2.5. Harlingen, 1,500 for teachers, and professionals, 2.5%. Paraprofessionals and manual technical trades, 3%. La Jolla, 2.5% for teachers. That is one of the districts that I mentioned that has a percentage for everybody. And that is the same for everybody. Teachers, professionals, paraprofessionals, manual trades, technical trades, 2.5%. Edinburgh, teachers a minimum of 1,200. They're not approved yet, but they gave us that amount as at least 1,200.
Correct.
And everybody else, 2%. San Benito CID, that is higher. There's a 3.5% for teachers. Professionals, 3.5. Paraprofessionals, 3.5. And manual trades, technical trades, 3.5. When it comes to paraprofessionals and manual trades, technical trades, we're higher than what they approved. We were at a recommended 3.74. They have only 3.5. When it comes to professionals, it's higher, and teachers is higher. In Sharon ISD, they said it will be 2% for everybody. Those are some of the teachers that we were able to get to show to you.
Sir, there's no way that we could possibly, well, this is why I'm going with this. If we look at possibly a $2,000 pay raise for teachers, that'll be equivalent to kind of the percentage that you're giving to professionals, because professionals are getting a 2.74% based off on their salary, on the average salary that we have for professionals within the district. I mean, teachers are getting a much lower percentage at 1,200 to 1,500. Even at 1,500, they're still getting a lower percentage. If you calculate their average salaries for teachers.
Well, that's going to pull out some more different employees and do some calculations to provide some percentages so that you all can see. We'll put it in the update.
I do notice San Benito and Sherryland, it's across the board. They're doing, everybody's the percentage, so.
Yes,
Maybe that, yeah.
and La Jolla too.
Just to compare the numbers we can come up with.
A lot of school districts do that, across the board, and some don't. Some, like Harlingen. Harlingen has different percentages.
And I also included the ESSER retention stipend.
Right.
Yeah, the board approved here 3,000. McAllen is approved 3,000, which will be paid in December. Harlingen is going to be 2,500 to be paid in December. La Jolla 2,500. They didn't say when. And San Benito is 500 to 1,000 only. They didn't mention anything else. Okay. Next slide, please. As far as staffing needs, requests, and possible vacancies, we have the one that we have listed here and as marked there. This is a draft, but we'll be changing as we progress on the rest of the year. New teachers to replace teachers and other staff that retire or resign as needed based on a need. 7 teachers for gifted and talented, which was discussed earlier. An extra orchestra teacher. We have a need for a second director of the Human Resources Department. This will be a vacancy, a new position, new allocation. We need a receptionist at the business office to help with the receptionist, assisting with processing vendor checks after we're running the mail. We need a secretary for the construction department. And we have all the staff requests that are being evaluated right now. We don't have them listed. We will be working on setting up to provide you more information on vacancy, staffing needs request, and possible vacancies that to be filled out in the budget. Okay, next slide. The next slide shows the timeline for the approval of the budget and tax rate. This is our second workshop. We'd like to have a third workshop before the meeting on July 6th, then another one before the meeting on August the 9th. And on August the 13th, we'll advertise in the paper the public hearing, which we'll like to have on August 23rd. If needed, we can schedule a workshop on August the 16th. Hopefully we don't have to, but if needed, we can schedule it then. And then we'll like to have the public hearing to discuss the proposed budget and tax rate on Monday, August 23rd. And then subsequent, a special call board meeting for the approval of the budget and tax rate for 21-22 and other additional agenda items that we have. Any questions on that or comments? Next slide. And the next two are just information. Some of these you probably already know, most of it. On SR2, our allocation is 28.1 million. As I mentioned earlier, the state will take $4.5 million back because of the whole harmless money that they gave us for the 2021 year. So we'll end up having 23,647,000 left to spend on items that qualify for the SR2 program, which are tied to the COVID pandemic. Next slide. In SR3, we got a total of 63.2 million. We have gotten 42, and the remaining amount is 21. And we're working on that, and we'll be filing the application pretty soon. We have provided information to the board on that. And that is all I have on the budget. Do you all have any other questions? Now that we went through the whole thing. Or comments?
Good information. Now
Thank
we're
you.
just gonna
Thank you
have
for
a-
the report, Andres. That's good?
Yeah. And we'll still continue to talk. You said at the upcoming workshop, we're going to talk about the salary, the
Yeah.
actual raise.
Yes.
Just to sum it up. The figures.
I do have a question, just one question that's been on my mind. The first ESSER one, the 6 million, we said we never got it. How can we find out why we didn't get it, or where can we get information about why we never got the ESSER one, the 6 million?
It's like SR2. They gave us 6.6 million, then they raised it 200 to 6.8. But I said, this is your allocation. You got to record on this fund to 66. Pro fund got audited as a federal grant, but we're going to take the money that we give you here from your state funds.
I thought we
From
said
EDA funds.
I thought we said we didn't get it.
No, we didn't physically, we didn't see it, because it came as federal grant, and they took it from you. That's the one we got it. What we did, we reclassified teachers that we had to get. Because they say this money, that's when the pandemic hit. So this is the state budget, the low, with sales taxes. Anybody, a lot of stores closed, people didn't have money. So the state was short in funds. So they used SR1 to subsidize the state budget. So they said, we're gonna keep it, but we're gonna give it to you. We have to fell down and said, we have to give it to you, here it is, put it on this fund, but we're not reducing from the state fund, the foundation money. So they did that. I came back to the board in August, and we did a budget amendment to reduce state revenues because of the pandemic. We have the information.
Yes, I'm confused because when I had asked where did we allocate the 6 million, we said we never got them. Right?
Well, we reclassified salaries of teachers. That's what we used. If we were not gonna get money for it, we reclassified teachers.
So we didn't get any extra funding. We didn't get the 6.8 million to, the state. We didn't get extra funding.
Like I said, please.
Supplement.
Give you money, spend it along following this guy. That's what we did.
So, that's in other words, the state reduced our state fund by $6 million, and then that is supplemented that.
Okay.
So,
I understood it differently. I was thinking extra. It wasn't extra, it was deducted.
That's why when I had mentioned a couple, 3 months ago, one of the finance experts of the state, okay, see, they say, this is the money, do not go, your boss, anything, because we don't know how much the state's gonna take.
Okay.
I guess pressure on the legislature allowed for SR3 to make it clean, got the whole amount, but SR2 is that we gotta come up with money, since we don't have enough money in the state budget. School district with the whole hamlet, but we need to get it from somewhere. That is why S2 was delayed in being released, because they were negotiating the legislature, how they want to handle it.
Okay.
So when they figured it out, it's okay, we're gonna do it from here. S2 is paying for that, the whole amount.
Okay.
I'll provide the updated information.
Yes,
for
that will,
what-
that will
what
help.
we did.
Make
Yes,
it clear.
Okay, well, thank you very much, appreciate it.
Thank you, Andres.
Thank you.
sir.
Item 9, adjournment.
So move.
The time now is 9:14. This workshop is adjourned. Are we ready to get into the? The extent necessary to allow for telephonic and video conference meetings in response to COVID-19. Notice of this meeting has been posted online for at least 72 hours. The board is meeting by the use of Google Meet and telephone transmission, which allows two-way communication for members of the public during public comments. A recording of this meeting is being made and will be available to the public at a later date. The time now is 9:15. And I call this meeting to order. I begin the roll call. Signify your presence by saying present or here. Ms. Sustaita,
Present?
Dr. Jaime,
Present.
Mr. Nieto,
Present.
Mr. Trevino.
What?
Mr. Trevino's here.
Present.
Mr. Los Santos.
Present.
Let the record reflect that we have a quorum of board members in attendance. Item 3, public comments.
There are none.
Item 4,
I'd like to make a motion to modify the agenda and move item number 9, the closed meeting, to the front of the agenda.
which item?
Closed meeting, executive, to move executive. I want to make a motion to move executive, modify the agenda and move the executive session up into ahead of item 4.
Okay, so you want to do this at this point before we go into
Yes, sir.
item 4. Okay, let's,
I'll second that.
we have a motion by Mr. Los Santos to move the item, closed session, and second by Dr. Rodriguez. Let's take it to a vote. Ms. Taita,
Aye.
Dr. Jaime,
Aye.
Mr. Nieto.
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
Okay, motion carries. We will now go into closed session. The time is 9:17. Okay, the time now is 12:11 a.m. And we have reconvened to open meeting again. Item A. Possible action if necessary on items discussed in closed session. 1. Discussion and possible action on new employment, certified personnel and non-contractual personnel. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, I ask that you approve the certified professional personnel and non-contractual personnel as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr. Nieto.
I'll
Do I have a second?
A second?
Second by Mr. De Los Santos to approve. A second to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye. Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez? Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Jose Trevino? Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
The motion carries. Number 2, discussion and possible action on resignations. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, I recommend that you approve the resignations, retirements of certified professional personnel as discussed in closed session.
So moved.
I have a motion by Mr.
second.
Nieto and a second by Mr. Los Santos. Signify your approval when I ask for your vote. Ms. Staita?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Discussion, this is number 3, discussion and possible action for the board to consider the hiring of the 21st Century Community Learning Centers, Texas ACE program employees on an at-will basis beginning July 1st, 2021 and ending on July 30th, 20 and 21. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, I recommend that you approve the at-will letter of employment notice for ACE personnel effective July 1st through 30th, 2021.
Make a motion to approve.
Second.
We have a motion by Mr. Los Santos and a second by
Second.
Mrs. Staita. Take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion carried. Number 4, discussion and possible action on superintendent's recommendation for the position of Director of Safety and Security. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, I recommend that you approve the recommendation for Director of Safety and Security, and the person is Danny Reyna.
So moved.
We have a
Second.
motion by Mr. Nieto and a second by Mrs. Staita. Take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Ms. Staita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Jose Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. We go back to item 4. Discussion and possible action for the board to consider the selection of an independent auditing firm to conduct the independent fiscal and compliance audit of the district for the fiscal year ending August 31st, 2021, with an option to extend the contract for 2 additional 1-year terms for fiscal years 2021, 2022, and 2022-2023. RFQ number 21-06-29. Dr. Canales.
Board of Trustees, I recommend that you consider the selection of an independent audit firm to conduct the independent fiscal and compliance audit of the district for the fiscal year ending August 31st, 2021. Should you be inclined to rank the independent auditor CPA firms as part of the selection, you may use the criterion points listed on page 2. A ranking sheet has been provided to you to document the ranking. So Board of Trustees, after reviewing the qualification statements for all firms, it appears that they all have the required qualifications solicited by the district to conduct the independent audit for the fiscal year ending August 31st, 2021. Furthermore, they all meet the criteria set forth by TEA.
Okay, we have a ranking sheet. Are we to do this ranking right now?
Should you so incline, Board of Trustees?
It all depends what, go ahead. Coach.
Yes, Coach, I would like to just vote on a majority instead of doing a ranking with this.
And that's the.
And I had shared that previously with Mr. Sanchez. I know for a construction firm or for whatever, we're gonna do this point system. But for something like this, I just want to go majority. We don't need to rank them.
And that's okay, we can do that.
One of you said it there, or you can just select the company,
You can do that.
because it's a professional service.
Now, before we go for a motion, I wasn't here for the first one. So I would like to abstain because it wouldn't be fair for everybody else. And then whatever you all decide, I'm fine with. Because I wasn't here for the first presentation. I was here for the other ones. But I don't think it would be fair for everybody if I voted on that. Correct?
That's correct.
Okay. But I support any decision of whichever one we go to.
Do we have a motion for a firm?
Are we able to discuss?
Yes.
After we made the.
You can nominate.
After we make a motion and a second, then we will discuss.
Right. So whoever your top firm that you thought was the best one, that's what you can motion. So
Anybody would consider a top firm?
Thank you.
I'd recommend, well, I guess I have to abstain from Riggs and Clarence and Ingram because I did business for them back in the day or several or last year. So I can't vote for them, but I could vote for anybody else.
okay, so whatever, if you decide to do a motion for one of the firms, then you'll, if that one's one of the ones selected, then you'll abstain.
Yes.
But or Ms. Staita or Mr. Los Santos, whichever firm you thought was the best, and then take it for a vote.
I guess I'll mention who I rank number one, and then we can vote from there.
Okay.
So I'll motion for Carr, Riggs, and Ingram.
I'll second.
Or Riggs and Ingram? Doctor?
Yes.
I'll second that.
And a second from Mr. Los Santos. Okay, I have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez for Carl, Riggs, and Ingram, and a second by Mr. Los Santos.
Yes, sir.
Do we have any discussion?
They all did a great job. They all presented very well.
Yes.
Qualified.
They're all very qualified, and we really appreciate the ones who showed up in person and the ones who logged on. If they're watching, we really appreciate it, and thank you so much for giving us your time.
I agree. They all did a great job. They all had a lot, many fine points as far as their companies and the services they provide. And I just felt, I agree with Dr. Rodriguez on Carr, Riggs, and Ingram. Certain factors.
Any further discussion? Okay, we have a motion for the Carl, Riggs, and Ingram. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Ms. Plaita?
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Abstain.
Abstain?
Myself too. I abstain.
Abstain?
Aye.
Aye. Motion carries.
Right.
Item 5.
Why don't you guys go ahead and also vote for number 2, just in case the contract negotiations break down to get negotiated.
What was that now?
Select number 2 as an option. That way, in case number 1 contract negotiations.
Okay.
Contract negotiations fell through.
I stand corrected now.
I make
Are we
a
going to
motion-
go with which option?
I'll make a motion for Costco's as number 2.
I'll second it.
Okay, we have a motion by Jose Vino for Cascos and Associates as a number 2, and second by Dr. Rodriguez. Any discussion? If we have none, then let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Ms. Saita,
Aye.
Dr. Rodriguez,
Aye.
Mr. Nieto,
Abstain.
Mr. Villa, and Mr. Los Santos.
Aye.
Motion carries. Okay, before I go any further, is there something I missed? Andres, have we covered everything on that particular one? Okay, let's move now to item 5. Discussion and possible action for board to consider renewal of the contract with Valley Risk Consulting of McAllen, Texas, to provide insurance and employee benefit consulting services. Dr. Canado.
Board of Trustees, I'm recommending that you consider to approve the renewal for the contract with Valley Risk Consulting to provide insurance and employee benefit consulting service and authorize administration to execute the contract subject to legal counsel review.
So moved.
Okay, I have a motion by Mr. Nieto. Do we have a second?
I'll second that.
Okay, we have a second by Dr. Rodriguez. To consider the renewal of the contract with Valley Risk Consulting of McAllen, Texas, to provide insurance and employee benefits consulting services. Any discussion?
I brought this up last week. You know, I know we have a person on staff, Mr. La Rosa, that takes care of all the risk management, all the health needs for the district. So I don't see us why we have to go out and pay an additional $49,500 for another set of eyes. So that's why I'm.
To add on to what Mr. Trevino is saying, I was looking through just positions that we employ in the district, and we do have a workers' comp specialist, and we have an insurance specialist, and we have the district health services coordinator, and then we have a executive director of employee benefits. So with those 4 positions, that basically summarizes the duty of what I'm reading here. We're looking at $279,000 just on those 4 positions, of which I just mentioned them. And I'm assuming that their duties are what is bulleted here on the list on Exhibit A of the scope of service that Valley Risk Consulting does. So to me, to reiterate what Mr. Trevino is saying, why are we going to pay $49,000 extra to have a second set of eyes when we already paid 4 positions, $279,000 a year to do this?
My only concern is that, you know, this, especially the health insurance, you know, it's a $20 million budget item. And I guess, you know, whether it's Valley Risk or somebody, you know, I think that's a huge project and a big chunk of our budget there that, you know, I would like to make sure that we're getting the best possible product for our employees. That's just my opinion.
I agree. And that's why I trust that our executive director and the team that they have can do this for us.
And again, they hire, if you read the employee benefits, workers' comp, and property and casualty. And there's a list of items that they cover for us for our insurance purposes.
I know I stated in the last meeting that, you know, Mr. De La Rosa has provided us with a wealth of information, workshops and whatnot, and he's knowledgeable in the area. And then, you know, listening to Trustee Sustaita and the additional services we have, they're just trying to just be a good steward of taxpayer dollars and say, is this necessary? Is this justifiable? I just don't I don't see that at this point because of just 30 the amount of individuals we have working in that department in the town that we have there. That's why this is a question. It was a question last meeting, it's a question now.
Well, let's take a fair vote.
Okay, any further discussion? Okay, take it for a vote. Signify you approve by saying aye when I call your name, or no if you don't approve. Ms. Statham?
No.
No. Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
No.
Mr. Los Santos?
No.
No. And I agree with Dr. Rodriguez and Mr. Nieto on that that experience that brings. So I vote. Let's see, we were voting to consider, so I vote aye. We have a tie. The motion carried because it's a tie? Okay.
Table the item, so we have more representatives. Can make a motion to table.
A
Okay.
second.
That being considered, the motion by Mr. Los Santos to table the item, so we get a.
Second.
And we have a second by Mr. Nieto to table this item. Let's vote on that. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Sustaita. It's early in the morning. Ms. Sustaita?
We're voting to table,
The
correct?
table.
Aye.
Wait, hold on.
Oh,
Let's rescind the prior motion.
Okay, we have to
Yes, sir.
rescind.
Yes.
Okay.
It was
The motion was made by Mr. Nieto.
correct.
You will rescind the vote to approve. Right, okay.
No.
The motion.
The motion to
The
approve.
motion to approve. Rescind the motion to approve.
Right, that does say, to rescind the motion to approve.
Correct.
so we can table.
And I don't think we need to go into the second. All we need is a majority vote to accept the
motion to table. the
motion
item.
to rescind, to rescind.
Right.
Okay, Ms. Staita,
Aye.
to rescind.
Yes.
Mr.
Aye.
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 And
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos said. Motion carries. Now, the motion to,
Motion to table the
Table.
item till the
The
next
item.
meeting. Yes.
now let's bring it to a vote. The table, Ms. Staita?
Aye.
Aye. Dr. Rodriguez?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Jose Luis?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 6. Discussion and possible action for the board to approve the reinstatement of the Weslaco ISD Gifted and Talented Pullout Program effective the 2021-2022 school year.
I'm going to approve.
Second.
I have a motion by Dr. Rodriguez and a second by Mr. De Los Santos to approve the reinstatement of the Weslaco ISD Gifted and Talented Pullout Program effective for the 2021-2022 school year. Take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mr. Statham?
Aye.
Dr. Hammond?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto? Aye. Jose Luis?
Aye.
And Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 7, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of the revision to policy DB local, employment requirements and restrictions, conflict of interest. Dr. Canales?
Board trustees, this board agenda item was taken to the board on June 14th, 2021, but was tabled in order to include additional information regarding suspended employees with pay and suspended employees without pay. Trustee Jacqueline Sistaita requested to delete the word approved from policy DBD local to indicate that employees shall not participate in any outside employment activities during hours they are required to perform district-related work tasks. The word approved in the policy may be misinterpreted to mean that non-approved outside employment is acceptable. Dr. Jaime Rodriguez asked if the policy would apply to those employees that are suspended with pay. Another board member suggested that we should include language to indicate that employees suspended with pay should not participate in outside employment, while those suspended without pay should be allowed to participate in outside employment. Dr. Sergio Garcia contacted TASB to inquire on any possible issues by including these stipulations. The following is information received from TASB. As per TASB legal, they do not recommend that we use specific language regarding employee suspensions with or without pay and outside employment. Although it is not illegal to do this, we should keep it general. Otherwise, it might bring on grievances for discrimination if we are not consistent. This is why no other districts have this information in this specific policy. The other question that was posed was how we plan to monitor this. Having said this, is the district board ready to justify and support the policy if grievances are filed? TASB recommends that we place this language in the suspension letter along with information that they should be ready to return once the suspension is lifted. Dr. Garcia, who spoke to TASB, is here if you have any questions.
In other districts, it says here they don't have this policy which means the paid and not paid during suspension, or they don't have the second work policy, or.
Right, they don't have the. According to them, Mrs. Staita, it would be a lot easier to include the statement in the letter of suspension instead of having to put it in policy. Okay, so they said, although it's not illegal to do it, you can do it if you want. It says, but why put it in the policy when you can put it in the suspension letter? Basically, that's what they were saying.
Okay.
So, but she says if that's what you want to go with, if that's what the board wants, you know, it is a local policy, we can add that information.
And that was from TASB Legal?
Yes, TASB Legal.
You have a motion to approve? Or?
What are we approving? That
I guess
they're gonna add it?
I'll make the motion.
It says the board is being asked to consider approval of the revision to the policy.
DBD local.
DBD local, employment requirements and restrictions, conflict of interest.
I'll make a motion to approve the changes that Mrs. Sustaita had requested.
Right.
But not to add the specifics on the suspended with pay or without pay.
Correct.
As per a recommendation from TASB Legal.
So in that case, it's just the removal of the word approved.
Approved.
Correct.
And
Good
then
policy.
the pay will go into the suspension letter.
Correct.
Okay.
I second that.
Okay, Mr. Nieto will second. Dr. Rodriguez make the motion to consider the approval pending the wording on what are we going to remove?
So the language.
We're just removing the word approved.
Removing the word approved.
Okay. To remove the word approved.
Correct.
Any discussion? If not, let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye while I call your name. Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Mr. Trevino?
Aye.
Mr. De Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carries. Item 8, discussion and possible action for the board to consider approval of a resolution to adopt text for inclusion at CB local. Dr. Canales.
Board has received TA guidance on the ESSER Relief 3 Fund application process, references required public notice for all federal grant applications before the district submits an application to TA. To meet this requirement, a district may provide a summary of the application and plan for the use of funds as an information item at a board meeting or by other means of public notice. The required use of funds plan and return to in-person instruction and continuity of services plan also require public notice and comment. And the TA guidance indicates that approval of these plans must be based on local policies regarding approval of such types of plans. Due to the number of public notice requirements in the federal grant statutes, TA recommends that school districts develop local board policy to address how the district will provide required public notice regarding federal grants and awards for consistency. Auditors may request a documentation of the district's policies and procedures. To ensure that districts have policy provisions recommended by TA in place by the ESSER 3 application deadline of July 27, 2021, TASB Policy and Legal Services developed a resolution with sample text that can be adopted for inclusion in CB local on grants and awards. Following board adoption, a copy of this resolution will be emailed to TASB. Policy Service will update the district CB local policy with the text from the approved resolution. This policy will be changed on TASB Update 117. So the resolution, you have a copy of the resolution that I'll let you look at.
I'll move to approve.
Okay, Dr. Rodriguez moves to
Second.
approve, and we have a second by Mrs. Staita. Any discussion? Okay, the motion and the second was to consider approval for the resolution to adopt a text for the inclusion CB local. No discussion. Let's take it to a vote. Signify your approval by saying aye when I call your name. Mrs. Staita?
Aye.
Dr. Jaime?
Aye.
Mr. Nieto?
Aye.
Jose Vino?
Aye.
Mr. Los Santos?
Aye.
Motion carried. Item 11, adjournment.
So move.
We have a motion to adjourn, and the time now is 12:36 Tuesday morning.